I hope everyone's well. Hopefully there'll be some people joining in a moment. I'm just going to get my notes ready, which is taken from the main evidential research document, which will be sent out and is being sent out to people around the world. Hopefully they're all innocent and they're not restricting the evidence to the point where they're stopping the innocents from seeing it. But all I can do is my best in all of this. So what we're going to be talking about, bear with me. There's still nobody here actually, so I'm just going to... Hi, I hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining me. Just going to let the numbers hopefully go up a little bit. Please tap the likes, share as much as you can. I'm Gary Waterman, former UK police constable since 2022. Been acquiring irrefutable evidence of decades-long international government fraud, and we've got some very interesting subjects that we're going to be talking about tonight, some recent evidence. I might have to repeat a couple of things actually when the numbers get up a little bit, so hope everyone's doing well. There's three subjects that I was going to be talking about. Well, I did give the option on my TikTok for people to choose which topic to actually talk about first, but nobody seems to have responded to that, so I'm just going to go through it. So we're going to be talking about Tucker Carlson, and then a little bit about, actually a bit more about Candice Owens, and then we're going to go on to some other subjects, including Venezuela, which is obviously very heightened in everyone's minds if you've been watching the news over the last few days. So just let the numbers go up a little bit whilst I introduce myself. For those of you who don't know me, so I'm Gary Waterman. I'm a former UK police constable, was in the police for 18 years, and since 2022, with the help of some others, I've acquired irrefutable and verifiable evidence of decades-long international government fraud. And what they've been doing is forging the company's house registration systems and the incorporation documents to create criminal entity companies, which means it removes the liability and accountability, because you can't hold a company to account if it's not even a legal company. Now, unfortunately, the intelligence agencies, certainly heads of the military, heads of the police, are starting to now believe that many other people in the police and the military are involved in this. And because there's been no verification since 1844, it allows fake names and fake addresses to be used, which of course means there's no accountability and liability again, on top of the fraud that they've been doing with the company's house registration system. Fake names, fake addresses. Well, you can't hold a fake person to account, can you, or fake addresses? And the governments have been deliberately allowing this. Okay, and because there's been no verification, they are knowingly and deliberately facilitating the laundering of money from the masses through tax and other financial institutions, which we'll come to in a minute, in relation to crimes against humanity, international conflicts, international terrorism, drug trafficking, which is obviously very relevant at the moment to Venezuela, and the very serious crimes against children. In fact, pretty much all world problems are being motivated because of this system of crime that they've got in place, because all the time they're making you believe or creating a problem, it means they can request more money from all of the poor people that are being defrauded through the taxation system and other financial institutions. So before we talk about Tucker Carlson and Candice Owens, let's just go back a little bit to the Reformation to make us sort of understand how huge this is. And it probably goes back a lot further, but the Reformation was in the 13th century for the world, which is when governments started to be formed. And if you translate government into Latin, govern means control, ment means mind. So they've told us right back there, it's mind control over the masses. And this is where you come into the MK Ultra side of things, Operation Paperclip leading into MK Ultra. And actually, I haven't got it on this subject tonight, but maybe the next live I'll do. There's some really critical evidence of that tying into Mind, the charity Mind, and linking in with crimes against children. Okay, but getting back to this. So the Reformation, 13th century. Now, research the Reformation obviously links to the religious establishments in the Vatican, okay? And there was a German company, and this is absolutely critical, this point in the information. A German company called Gutenberg's that was involved in new technology at the time to rapidly print religious materials, which meant they could, of course, distribute the religious indoctrine, linking in with governments, the formation of governments, right back in the 13th century. Now, this eventually leads into the Nazi deception of the world wars. Forgive me, I'm not looking at my comments too much at the moment, but because A, I'm too far away, and B, I'm just going to focus on giving you the crucial information that a lot of people have been wanting in relation to Tucker Carlson and other subjects, and then I'll come to the questions, but thank you so much. Every now and then I might just pop and see if there's anything that I need to be aware of on there. But so the Reformation started forming the governments, the mind control, and the ability for a very small number of people to start controlling all information to fit their agenda and narrative of, which obviously includes world control by a very small number of people who are, a fact, criminals. Now, it's a fact. These people running our nations are criminals. We are living under an organized criminal network. So you have to remember that's a long time ago, quite a few centuries ago, isn't it? So if it's been going on since then, and quite possibly before, they've had the ability and time to position people in every government around the world that is part of this, including Venezuela, including Iran, including very likely North Korea, including China, pretty much every country. Now, how have they done this initially? Well, because it's linked to the taxation system and the governments, then the leaders they've had in place have had a motive through finances initially, through defrauding the money from their people in their countries into offshore accounts. And therefore, they've managed to gain this systematic control and position everybody over a very long period of time in it'll be every country in the world where there's a government, okay, will be involved in this. And of course, the control of the information is very, very important. So it started right back, didn't it? We've got Gutenberg's, this German company. If they were starting to print this new printing technology and printing material in relation to potentially governments and how that linked in with the religious establishments, then that started the control mechanism right back then. So we've had a long time they've had now to get it to a point where they are literally controlling everything. Now, for whatever reason, now this probably links into the falsified prophecies in all of this, they've left a trail of evidence for the right person or people to expose it. Okay, they could have doctored these documents to the point where no one would have ever known. Now, there's actually fairly good evidence that what they've done is deliberately put false companies over the top of genuine ones so that anyone that was uncovering this established that as part of the fraud. Now, that is appearing to be deliberate. So it seems as though they're wanting this potentially to actually be exposed, but they want to control the flow of the information and the evidence and control how they deal with that. Now, there's a lot of other information that is suggesting they are almost goading me to actually expose them even more. There's little things such as Anthony Roberts, the acting chairman for Export Manor, keeps putting comments, clearly hasn't been arrested like he should be. So all of these people that think this is being dealt with, it's clearly not, because you've got the likes of him, who would be one of the first people who needs to be arrested and questioned, and he'll be listening on here tonight. He's still there making these comments. So other things such as, I did videos, for example, of a meeting that I was involved in, and Anthony Roberts, I took it down because I wanted to re-edit it and I haven't got a chance to redo it again. And he put a comment and said, Gary, please put it back up. And this was me exposing individuals within Export Manor, including John Fleming and Deborah Fleming, in this meeting, exposing them as being part of the international government fraud by their faces and by them being in this meeting. So what I'm trying to say is they're goading me. And there's also been certain bits of information that's been provided to me by those that are heavily implicated in this. And I'll just give you a very quick example. So MP Andrew Bridgen, I spoke to back in 2024, had a conversation on the phone with him, and one of the first things he said to me when I started saying to him, look, this is what I'm exposing with the company's house side of things. He said, Gary, words to the effect of, I actually believe adrenochrome is real. In other words, the blood of the tortured children. Now, Andrew Bridgen is connected straight to Expoor Manor Freehold Limited, okay, the company where this started for me, where I was removed from that company after I was continuously refusing to file forged bank documents. And he's also linked straight to AstraZeneca UK Limited. And I've now found another company called JAB, J-A-B, Transport, which is almost a mockery to humanity, linking to the name Andrew Bridgen as well. And since I've spoken to him and continuously sending him all of my evidence, he's not been responding at all. So he's obviously part of whatever this deception is, but they utilised him to give me some critical information that led to me then acquiring more evidence in relation to the adrenochrome, the blood of the tortured children, because I'd never actually heard of adrenochrome personally until Andrew Bridgen has mentioned it. And I've now found multiple overwhelming connections through to adrenochrome in the blood of the tortured children. So this, of course, suggests there's either good people linked into this deception part of it, or the whole lot is potentially a deception. Potentially, we have to consider that a big part, or potentially all of it, but then you come to the point that now the big thing that's made me think, okay, well, I'd love to think that this is all a deception as a test against all of humanity and against me. However, there's actual people saying that they have been sexually abused, which the sexual abuse will undoubtedly link to this international government fraud. You've got crimes against children that people are claiming to have witnessed. So it can't be that it's all a lie and these things have been happening. So it's very interesting. Anyway, where was I going with that? So let's get to, this control of the information is very important. So let's talk about Tucker Carlson. Now, many of you, if you don't know him, he's quite an outspoken person, and he seems to be saying a lot of the right things, like so many of them. But he is not talking about the company's house fraud, which none of them are. None of them are. Now, interestingly, John Harris is somebody that was talking about the company's house, but not the fraud element of it, okay? Now, I now have very significant evidence that he was positioned to give that information as part of the deception against us all. This is John Harris. So all of these people are, without a doubt, from the evidence that I'm acquiring, it's overwhelming, showing that they are part of whatever it is their ultimate goal is in all of this, okay, and the deception against all of humanity. Now, in my mind, any deception is not good. Any deception that separates us from truth, and therefore the creator and moral conscience, is not good, in my mind. You have to have that truth and transparency. So the research, let's talk about Tucker Carlson. Research shows that Tucker Swanson McNear Carlson, according to Wikipedia, that's his full name, born in 1969, is an American conservative political commentator who hosted the nightly political talk show Tucker Carlson Tonight on Fox News from 2016, which is when the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed and when a ritual took place at CERN, the Shiva statue, which represents creation and destruction, okay, until 2023, okay. He had also worked for Fox News from 2009, the same year that the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, that links all areas of the fraud practically together, was incorporated. And his contract was terminated with no reason given, as I was escalating the exposure of the fraud in 2023. So suddenly his contract gets cancelled with Fox News 2023 as I'm escalating the exposure of the fraud. And then he's suddenly frontline independently talking about all of these things he's talking about. All right. So that's a big sign. Suddenly contract ends. Here he is at the same time. He's the elder son of Lisa McNear, who's got another name of Lombardi. Okay. Who's an artist from San Francisco. What was the other bit? And Dick or Richard Carlson, who was born, according to this, in 1941 and died this year. Okay, now I'm finding so many people are dying, allegedly dying, as the exposure continues. Key times, as I'm coming out with the exposure, people are dying. So he died this year, and he had been the US ambassador to the Seychelles, which is an offshore tax haven that connects to the special advisor for the last few prime ministers, Douglas Dougie Smith, who has been arrested for threats to kill, who started up fever sex parties, according to the research, and practices the dark arts. Now, he was the advisor for the Prime Minister of the Seychelles. Now, there's also information that says he was working for James Goldsmith, and another article claims that James Goldsmith is the real father of Princess Diana. So you can see how this is already linking in with Tucker Carlson's father in all of this, who suddenly died this year. Now, he'd also, more recently, his father had been a director at the lobbying firm Policy Impact Strategic Communications, with lobbying being a huge part of the issue in relation to this international government fraud, okay? Giving them the ability to steer contracts to certain companies to allow the centralization of the criminal network and alleviate or get rid of smaller, innocent organizations and companies and all of this. Carlson's maternal grandfather was Caesar Lombardi, who immigrated to New York from Switzerland in 1860. And Tucker Carlson, had been briefly enrolled at the Collège de la Man, a boarding school in the canton of Geneva, Switzerland, an area hugely significant to this international government fraud. Okay, Geneva is where the Large Hadron Collider is. Switzerland is where they hold the World Economic Forum meetings. You have the Bank of International Settlements. You've got the head of the main headquarters, I believe, for the World Health Organization, United Nations, etc. So he's got this link to Switzerland, Tucker Carlson, via his family. Search for Tucker's father, under the name Richard Carlson, and it is him, it's his record, reveals Intermedia Research and Consulting Europe Limited that he was connected to, that was incorporated on the 25th of May 2007. This is just over 3 weeks after Madeleine McCann's disappearance. Now, Madeleine McCann is key to all of this. Why do you think they've got her as the most famous missing child in the world? All right, it's because all of the evidence is centralizing around her and the links to CERN and the international government fraud, the links into the royal family, and everything that I am exposing. Its name was changed. This company's name was changed in 2013, which was the year after CERN claims to have discovered the God particle, but where there's information suggesting that they may have been trying to create a black hole as an inversion against all of creation and potentially failed. Or, as some people are claiming, a portal. Now, I'm not too sure about the portal side of things. There's lots of evidence, literally with the word portal in my evidence, tying in with things, which could mean all sorts of things. If portals really do exist, now I suspect it's a deception, but I could be wrong about it. Maybe there is some element of time control that they're involved in through these portals. I don't really want to get too far into that. I obviously can't prove that, but it's something I think that we have to be open-minded to in all of this. And there's a lot of information I'm gaining in relation to that side of things. So this was, it changed its name in 2013, and then it dissolved in 2018. This is the company that Tucker Carlson's father, Bob or Richard Carlson, is connected to. Now, 2018 is the year that Gordon Bowden was exposing the non-verification evidence of the company's house fraud. And I've been told that he was murdered by somebody that was sat next to him in a meeting. And that meeting where he was, just to recap on this, you can go, there's a video on him, Gordon Bowden, talking about the international government fraud of company's house non-verification. He's got Michelle Young sat next to him. And that conference that he was at was set up by Sasha Stone. And I have information that Sasha Stone is actually connected to Cyril Orsini, who is a descendant of the black nobility families of the Vatican. So all links back into the Vatican. When you research from Sasha Stone, the evidence links into Glastonbury, and the same companies I had linked to a company called CYM Limited, which relates to the blood of tortured children and facilities around the world where they're detaining children and torturing them to get their blood. There's loads of evidence in relation to that. So this company that we're talking about has a registered address of 10 Queen Street Place in London, which is used throughout the fraud. And it is a criminal company, having been incorporated with the exact same companies as Exborn Manor Freehold Limited, the company that I was removed from for refusing to file forged bank documents. That is Tucker Carlson's father linked to that company. Okay, so that alone is pretty much enough evidence to prove that Tucker Carlson is part of this and compromised, because there's no way he's suddenly innocent if his father was part of it. Now, I need to do a little bit more research around Tucker Carlson himself. But on this company, the same company we're talking about here, BWB Secretarial Limited is shown in the People record, which connects immediately to Bates, Wells and Braithwaite. And Bates, Wells and Braithwaite is on the incorporation document of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, which links all areas of the research together. It links to my three families, it links back into connections to the Monks organisation and loads of other stuff. It also, because of that connection directly there in the People record, it links straight to Madeleine McCann. Because the Madeleine McCann company, Madeleine's Fund, leaving no stone unturned, has BWB company connected straight to it. So this now links Tucker Carlson's father directly from this company to Madeleine McCann, Keir Starmer as well, okay, because Keir Starmer's company also links to Bates, Wells and Braithwaite and the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. And all of this links into CERN, okay, and the Collider technology. So I've mentioned that. Oh, it also, importantly, P. Diddy or Sean Combs, he was, as you're aware, investigated for crimes against children supposedly in 2024, as I was exposing the international government fraud. Well, he used Bates, Wells and Braithwaite, the same company that we've just been talking about here, in his defence. So the whole lot links to Sean Combs and P. Diddy. Moving on. From this company, Mary Janet Goodyear. So remember, the company is Intermedia Research and Consulting Europe Limited. Please, if you've got a second device, follow my evidence as we're talking about this. Okay, go and verify it as we're talking about it. Intermedia Research and Consulting Europe Limited. Mary Janet Goodyear connects this company to a company three companies, including 10 Hyde Park Square Limited, where they were appointed in November 2009, which is not long after the incorporation of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. And this is the same month that they repealed a section, I think it's section 10 of the 2006 Fraud Act, which relates to companies. So they thought that meant if we repeal that act, that means we can do what we want with these companies. Now the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales company has been created. We can funnel all of this money through this agenda. Now, I became a director for Exborn Manor Freehold Limited within 2 weeks. I can't remember if it's prior. I think it's prior to the incorporation of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, which links to my families straight to the document on the royal linking to the King Charles. So we have this 10 Hyde Park Square Limited. So that was he was appointed to it, as I said, November 2009, and he resigned in October 2024 as the exposure continued. The company itself was incorporated in 1983. Robert Crichton Brown, a double-barreled surname, connects this company, 10 Hyde Park Square Limited, to 6 companies, including the National Maritime Trust, that was incorporated as Maritime Trust in the brackets in 1974 before its name was changed for the first time in 1989, which is the year that the World Wide Web was created for CERN. And there is undeniable connections to the changes in companies' names or companies dissolving or being created around the time that the World Wide Web was created for CERN. And remember, Tim Berners-Lee, who was the creator of the World Wide Web, lived in the same town of Wimborne in Dorset, where Deborah Fleming and John Fleming lived, who were the ones that initiated my removal from Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited after I refused to file those forged bank documents. And in fact, Tim Berners-Lee's companies connect to Exmoor Manor from some other companies that he worked for in Bournemouth and Ferndown. And also from those records, you hit a company called the Initiative Property Management Limited, which is the exact same company that links almost immediately to Tommy Robinson and to the village companies in Aylsham surrounding the infiltration of the real heir to the throne that appears to have taken place in around 1962, the same year when Siemens, the main Siemens company, was incorporated on Companies House, and Siemens links to CERN. So this, its name was changed for the first time in 1989, the year that the World Wide Web was created for CERN, and again at relevant times of 1991, which is when David Icke came out and said the world would be devastated by earthquakes and tsunamis. And it's the same year when my favourite movie, Terminator 2 Judgment Day, which also links back to the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales via its director, James Cameron, it was released that year. And also it changed its name in 2011, which is again a critical year. It's the year of the Christchurch earthquake in New Zealand, which links in with the Collider technology. And it's the same year that Jimmy Savile supposedly died on the 29th of October that year. This company we're looking at here has a forged register and Norton Rose on its incorporation document, which connects to the fraud. His Grace, the Duke of Westminster... His Grace, the Duke of Westminster, Gerald Cavendish, connects the National Maritime Trust that we're looking at here to 18 companies, including Royal Association of British Dairy Farmers, in brackets, where they resigned on the 11th of July 2001, days before Larry Silverstein acquired the lease for the World Trade Center building. The only time that building had ever changed hands since it was completed being built in 1973, which is the year when they started to use the SWIFT international transaction system in relation to this international government fraud. 2 years after the creation of the World Economic Forum, and the World Trade Center building was started to be constructed in 1966, which is the same year as the foundation of the Church of Satan. And remember, the original founder of the Church of Satan died within 2 months of Princess Diana dying in 1997. So this company, where are we? So it's got this, the Grace, the Duke of Westminster, Gerald Cavendish connects it to this company. And this company, the Royal Association of British Dairy Farmers. Now remember, this links in with the farming industry. And I have evidence that Mark the Bowler Hat Farmer, for example, is compromised by this international government fraud. Well, he was one of the farmers leading the farmers' protests. And he links straight into the organisations linking in with the Flemings and everything that I'm exposing, which tells us that the farmers, if they are the ones guiding the farmers protests, then they are part of the international collaborative deception against humanity as well, with whatever it is they're doing in all of this. So this company, the Royal Association of British Dairy Farmers, was incorporated in 1879. So it's quite an old company. And its register has been forged. So it should not even be operating. Cavendish, the same person, connects to RSA Insurance Group that I suspect, because of all of the other connections I'm making, has a hidden reference of ritual satanic abuse. The Federation of London Youth Clubs, they also connect to the Federation of London Youth Clubs that was incorporated in 1931 and has featured elsewhere in my research. Now, this, of course, links into the potential crimes of the children in all of this. But Cavendish also links to Lloyds Bank Foundation for England and Wales. Now, that's critical because the Lloyds Bank companies are on page 40 of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. It links to Aisha from God FM in my prison situation. It links to the person on my petition that I was given in court with the name of Alison Mackenzie that was on that document. And I acquired through Export Manor, forged Lloyd's Bank documents. These are the documents that I continuously, against everyone, continuously refuse to use those documents to commit that crime, knowing full well the potential implications on humanity if the bank is producing forged bank documents for illegal entity companies. So Richard Philip Kilsby connects 10 Hyde Park Square. So we're just going back to the same company we were looking at a minute ago, 10 Hyde Park Square Limited, to 23 companies, including London Stock Exchange PLC. That makes connections throughout the fraud and to Bankers Trust International Limited. They also linked to, that was incorporated as BT Alpha PLC, making an apparent reference to British telecommunications. In 1993, this company, and it dissolved in 2017 after the Pizzagate scandal became exposed and when Donald Trump was positioned by forgery, I believe, which we're going to come to in a minute, because there is no democracy, everybody. There's a company we're going to be talking about called Sequoia, which potentially links in with Venezuela. All right, so it's actually going to tie in quite nicely with potentially what's going on with Venezuela as well in a minute. So it dissolved in 2017. It has KPMG, which is a company of Canary Wharf, as its registered address. This makes critical connections throughout the fraud and the apparent skinning of children alive, which I pray that is not really happening. But it makes connections throughout my document to skinning companies, linking in with the Pizzagate scandal and Clinton companies, okay, including from who was positioned as the new chief constable of Dorset Police, called Amanda Pearson, who came from the Metropolitan Police after Scott Chilton resigned. And he resigned on the day that I released my evidence in relation to a company called the Satanic Temple United Kingdom Company. Okay. And Amanda Pearson, via the record, links to Clinton skin companies, and she links directly, immediately, to KPMG companies, which is where my wife's cousin, Vicky Proctor, also worked, or is linked to. I think she actually worked for them, but linked them. So you've got this connection, KPMG of Canary Wharf. Well, Canary Wharf is incredibly important in all of this, because Canary Wharf are largely owned by the leader of Qatar. And the leader of Qatar was educated in Sherborne in Dorset. And my wife's employer, or former employer, was it possibly still is, a dentist in Sherborne. And the research from his company links straight into Virgin corporations, Virgin companies, and then through to criminal United Nations companies that were set up with the same companies as Export Manor Freehold Limited. Okay, and of course the Virgin Foundation means Richard Branson, and Richard Branson has been named, I believe, according to the information I've seen, in the Jeffrey Epstein papers or Ghislaine Maxwell papers from her court case. So we have this connection potentially to the skinning of the children alive, and the Canary Wharf is also important, not only because of that, but that then makes the link to the Israel attacks very, very quickly, far too quickly to be a coincidence, that happened on the 7th of October 2023, and to the Manchester Arena bombing research, which happened in 2017. Now later, if we go on long enough, we're going to be talking about the Las Vegas shooting, which also happened in 2017, and it's quite mind-blowing. That's the biggest mass shooting in the United States history, and it's 100% linking into this international government fraud. And that was also 2017, the same year that Donald Trump became the president for the first time. So this company we're talking about, we're still on the same company. It has the following on its incorporation document: Brian Ronald Cook, of an address of Tunbridge Wells in Kent. Well, Tunbridge Wells is where Princess Diana was educated. Okay, and I've done a bit of research around Tunbridge Wells. There's a company there that makes critical connections. She was actually educated in Tunbridge Wells, according to the research, Switzerland, and in Hampshire, which is very, very relevant, because Hampshire, Isle of Wight and Dorset is where Deborah Fleming was the NHS chief executive, and she was the one that initiated my removal from Exmoor Manor. But it also has G. Thompson of corporate secretariat on this on the document, with Thompson's linking to the Cray twins. Now, I can't confirm that's the same Thompson, but very likely what they've done is literally spread their seed over the last however many centuries, and there's going to be loads and loads of people linked to their bloodlines. Okay, so you have this Thompson person here with that the Thompsons linked with the Crays. The Thompsons and the Crays connect to my families as well. The actual Cray twins, I had information a few years ago, actually, before I even knew about this, but my family, my dad's adoptive side of the family, was actually associated with the Cray twins. And there's loads of other stuff in my document in relation to the Crays, and the evidence suggests that the Crays were involved in the infiltration of the real royal family in the United Kingdom. I suspect they were given that direction from potentially the black nobility families of the Vatican, because this is all tying in where there was an infiltration around the world, very likely infiltrating real royal families right around the world in all of this. So we have this link to Thompson and the name Thompson. It also has Stanley Davis Group on its incorporation document, which again links to the information being provided by Gordon Bowden and the non-verification element of the Companies House fraud. And remember, he said that there's a particular address, 788 to 790 Finchley Road in London, where it was an empty address where over 260,000 companies were registered, including companies that were linked to David Cameron, Tony Blair. And I've had somebody I know has actually gone there and checked, and it's still an empty address, and there's piles of envelopes just building up, and then every now and then they get taken from the address. So there's no accountability and liability. This is deliberate by our government. Now, this is one address. That was the one. I don't think he identified any other addresses to Gordon Bowden. There's many, many addresses where I believe that is happening, where they're literally just using shell addresses, and then there's nobody to actually hand any papers of litigation to in relation to corruption surrounding those companies. So we're going to move on to it also looks like they've tried to conceal on page 1. So infiltration of the rules took place. Stanley Davis Group, which it looks like they've tried to conceal on page 1. And there's also a name of Catherine Elizabeth Owen on that incorporation document. Now, the company that was linked to Exmoor Manor when I was starting all of this is Owens and Porter. And Stephen Owens, who was linked to that company, links to the Russian government via the research from a couple of different angles. And he linked very, very quickly to Ghislaine Maxwell and all of these key individuals tied in with my family. All right, they're all linking in with my families, my 3 families, not just one of them. So my family I grew up with in Kent, who I suspect is not my real family, certainly not my mum. I don't believe she's my real mum. And my wife's family in Dorset, and my sister's husband's family, my brother-in-law, okay, his family, all link with David Icke, Jimmy Savile, the main Freemasons Lodge, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump, key individuals, far too quickly for it to be a coincidence via the research. So for whatever reason, I am right in the middle of all of this, have nothing to do with it. No one's ever said anything to me about it. And it all seems to be circular around me at the moment for whatever reason. So we're going to move on to Candice Owens in a minute, but let's have a quick look at your comments first of all before we talk about Candice. If you've got any questions, put them in there. That's what I want to know too. I wonder if anyone else here knows and could comment. I haven't seen the previous question. I'm just going to go back a little bit. Let me go back. Lots of people saying about wondering about something. Let me see if I can go back and find what you're asking. Hello. Apparently it's showing a lot in Scotland and your councils not gritting loads. Everyone should stop paying council tax. You need to do more than stop paying your council tax. You need to literally stop this right now. All right. You need to be arresting these people. You need to be arresting them. Intriguingly interesting to note that Prince Diana's uncle was a cross and passionate priest. Interesting. Didn't know that. That ties back into the potential falsified prophecy side of things. And I've done a bit of research surrounding Princess Diana, and it's her death, whether it was real or not, is definitely, if it wasn't an accident, it's definitely to do with this international government fraud. Yeah, it's cold where I am. Hi, France. Hi, Michael Parks. Great to have you from France. This is international government fraud. Macron and your leaders are also involved in this. I've already put some evidence in relation to Emmanuel Macron, and it was within 2 weeks of me doing my evidence that he was stepping back as the Prime Minister when I was looking at the evidence. So I put quite a bit there about France. There is a Chamber of Commerce company that links France and England together in the fraud. It's a criminal organisation, and the chambers of commerce have all been centralised to this criminal network. Is the World Martial Authority legit? No, I don't believe so. No, I think that's to appease you. Now, obviously, they're saying everyone's going to get £8,000 for every month for the next 20 years or whatever. Do not fall for that. It could be a trap, okay? It could be a test to see who's going to accept bribery, money, to let this all go away, even though there's crimes against children. No amount of money will resolve this, okay? Do not accept any amount of money to appease the corruption of our governments, okay? What you need is a new system that will safeguard the generations to come from this ever happening again. They lose control of their criminal bloodline network of the world. That must happen. These people appear to be involved in taking the blood of tortured children, okay, and very serious crimes against humanity. You're going to have no greater time to prevent their control over the world than you are now. So, no, anyone that is not mentioning the Companies House fraud, I simply would not trust them. There's people that I've said to, why aren't you mentioning it? They're still not mentioning it. I'm sorry. If you're not even going to be talking about this, and I'm finding Companies House records linking people to it, then you're obviously part of it. So do not trust anyone that is not exposing the Companies House fraud. That would be my advice to you. Say, keep paperwork. Hunter and Thompson hinted at adrenochrome in Fear and Loathing. Thank you. Intriguingly interesting to note that I mentioned that. Men, bro. Thank you. What are you exposing, though? What are they doing at Exborn Manor? Well, it's not just Exborn Manor, but I've found the links through Exborn Manor because obviously that's where I was trying to stand up to others in the company, and I acquired the forged bank documents. So it makes the link to everything through. If I make the connection to Exborn Manor, then it makes the connections to the forged bank documents and the documents being produced by the banks, you see, with the evidence that I've acquired through Exborn. But they're already, what I think is very important around Exborn Manor, I think it's going to end up being me, to be honest with you. I think I'm going to end up being a very central resolution to all of this. But also, you've got the Dereya family at Exborn Manor, okay? And the Dereyas also linked with the police in Dorset. You had Sam Dereya, who's the Assistant Chief Constable of Dorset Police at the time of me making these reports in 2022. They then moved her. She was also the Tactical Firearms Commander, according to the research, for the Metropolitan Police. Now, Dereya families, you've got Mishcon Dereya, which is a massively important in all of this, but there's another company, and again, I forgot, Crowley and Dereya, something like that, which I've seen twice in my research, and it links critical points, the death of Gilando, and to a company that I've found called Beaver Films Limited. They love, remember this is the sex trade. Beaver Films Limited was a company that I've only recently looked into a bit more. It was started in 1962, which is the same year as the apparent infiltration of the royal family, and it links straight to Prince Andrew via a company called the Duke of Edinburgh Theatre. Now, the theatre companies make critical connections all the way through fraud, linking in with the entertainment industry as well. We'll get into that in a bit. Well, I'm just going to go, otherwise I'm going to be here just literally answering. Is going to be, what about Rupert Lowe? Is he good or bad? If he's not talking about the company's house fraud, I would suggest he's part of it. Remember, this is centuries of deception coming to a head. I haven't specifically researched him, so I can't say he is, but pretty much anyone that has a voice and is not talking about it, I would suggest is going to be compromised. Yeah, Beaver. It's either Beaver or Beavers Film Limited. So they've obviously, it's a sexual innuendo, isn't it? They put that for a reason. And then when you go in through that, I think it's a criminal company. I can't remember, but it links to the Duke, like I've said, the Duke of York Theatre Company. And I found that coming in from, I think it was researching one of the serial killers. All the serial killers I've looked at are all connected. So pretty much every high-profile, publicised catastrophe that you're aware of is linked to this fraud. And it's almost immediately linked to the fraud from every angle, including names of the defendants, the suspects, including the judges that were involved in the cases surrounding those defendants, including retrial, what's the word I'm looking for? Appeal judges for those cases, also linking back in and then tying into almost immediately with other serial killers. So it's all connected. All terrorist incidents that I've researched so far are connected, which means the same people are behind all of the terrorist incidents. Now, I pray that these terrorist incidents have not been real somehow, and they've staged them. But how they would have done that with the World Trade Center disaster, I don't know. So I have to consider that it's all real. And therefore, the other alternative is we are literally being run by the most evil imaginable. In our government's intelligence agencies and police. And of course, these events, it gives them the ability through their investigation to steal money from the masses through those investigations, launder the money through them. But also, for example, in mass shootings, which we're going to come to in a bit, it gives them the ability to then take guns through the gun control measures that are brought in after those mass shootings from the innocents in preparation for whatever it is they may be doing ultimately against all of humanity. Because obviously if the innocents cannot defend themselves and they have all of the guns, then people, the innocents within humanity could be in serious trouble in all of this. So should we get on to, thank you very much for your comments, really appreciate it. I know there's going to be so many questions. Save the Children charity, yep, they're implicated in the fraud. I think they were set up as an inversion to actually target the children. Victimize the children is what it should say, according to my research. What's with the ET disclosure and all the Galactic Federation going around, Gary? So I suspect what this is, I believe what this is, from all of the evidence, is that they didn't know what story they could come up with to try and explain this all away as the exposure happens. So I believe from the evidence that what they're trying to do is set up a fake alien invasion. And then, of course, they can blame it on a different alien race has been involved. They're the ones that were involved in harming all of the children. It wasn't humanity. And they've been controlling the world. And then it enables the governments to come in and say that they have dealt with an alien threat, so that you all then turn back to the governments as opposed to the creator. Because what they want, you see, away from, for you, they want you to have faith in them rather than faith in yourself and your moral conscience given to you by the creator. So all the time you turn to them for answers, they are managing to keep that element of control over you and continue the system of corruption against all of humanity. That is what all of the evidence suggests. And this is why they actually directed me, sent people in. Somebody said that they loved me, wanted to live with me. And that person ended up directing me in to Sasha Stone and David Emery, who was talking about aliens. All right, well, I've already mentioned that Sasha Stone here. This is why you've got David coming in, saying that the world is being controlled by lizards and shapeshifters. It's setting up the ability to take away the accountability from those that have been governing our nations, and sets up the ability for a distraction event to then make it you believe that they have saved you all potentially, and then lead you into a new era of control as them leading you, and separates you from the creator at the same time. So that's what I believe that is all about. At 2200 hours, can we collectively send Gary our love and best wishes? Oh, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Please don't worry about me. All right? Do not worry about me. I'm getting lots of incredible offers. I don't need anything. I'm fine. I'm fine. Worry about the children and worry about yourselves and your children and your families. Because if you don't resolve this, then the consequences are dire, according to all of my evidence, for absolutely everyone. And not just humanity, but for creation, and therefore all of these other billions of wonderful animals that we have an amazing responsibility to look after. We've got to think of them as well. I'm not sure, but majority are dodgy. Just got to have a head on a swivel. You'd have millions of people are implicated in this. Now, millions of people I'm praying will not be involved in any crimes against children, but there will be a lot. There will be a lot. Certainly the sexual abuse. We're hearing about it all of the time. The actual torture and unaliving of children, I hope you're talking a very minimal number of people. And in fact, I pray that that's not even really happening, but the evidence is overwhelming to suggest it is. So it is awful. I know someone said it's terrifying. This is so widespread. Endemic. This island is disgusting. It's not just the United Kingdom. This is the world. Look, I know it's awful to hear and see the evidence of all of this. I still have to consider that some of it, if not a huge part of it, is actually a deception as some sort of test against me and a test against all of you. I hope that's the case, but at the moment I still have to consider that, yes, according to all the evidence and research, this pure evil that's going on against our children, our world, and creation is real, according to all of the evidence I've got. Hi, JWC Times. Great to hear from you in Scotland. Hope you're doing well. Someone's put morning. You must think about everything differently. It is upside down and inside out. Complete rubbish, all of it. If you wish to help your community, stop giving these parasites ammo against us. Absolutely. You know, everything has been inverted against you all. It's all been inverted. They seem to love to invert as a deception. That seems to be one of their key things in this, is a mockery to all of you by inverting everything and then you not even realizing. I don't even think Christmas is Christmas Day. I don't think New Year's Eve is New Year's Eve. I don't think it's been a moon landing. I think you've been deceived in so many ways. It's a complete mockery, and they'll be laughing at you. Agreed, Gary. It's not us, it's the aliens. No, I don't believe it is aliens. I believe it is people, and I believe they're trying to make you believe it's aliens. So that then separates that criminal network linking to the humans. I don't believe they are aliens. I believe they're humans. This is why people that were trying to get me to believe they were aliens are actually linked into the international. Why do you think David Icke is so massively linked into this, into the intelligence agencies, from at least 2 angles of research I've done? Right, let's get on. I know there's going to be a lot of comments. You might want to hold fire on comments, and then what I'll do after I've spoke about Candice Owens, then you can put any of your questions on there at that point. So let's talk about Candice Owens. As somebody else, of course, that many of you will be believing in, saying a lot of the right things, standing up to supposedly government corruption. Remember, hundreds of years to plan this against you all. Hundreds of years to deceive you all, everybody. Positioning so many people. Controlling the information. Right. So Candice Owens, according to the research, Candice Amber Owens Farmer was born in April 1989, the year that the World Wide Web was created for CERN. She is an American political commentator and author. Her political positions have mostly been described as conservative or far right. She has promoted conspiracy theories on a wide range of subjects throughout her career. So what this does, you see, positioning people like this, it gets you drawn into them and listening to them. That then sets up the ability for a distraction or misinformation or disinformation, because you're already drawn in by them saying government this, government that, but they're not giving you the real evidence of the fraud behind the whole thing. Okay, so it's enabling that bypass of the truth, the real truth. Owens, surname Owens. Remember, we've just been talking about the surname of Owens. Owens and Porter, ex-born manor. Potential, I'm not saying it is, bloodline connection. Owens has gained recognition for her conservative activism, despite being critical of President Donald Trump and the Republican Party, as well as her criticism of Black Lives Matter. Owens was the communication director for the conservative advocacy group Turning Point USA that had been founded by Charlie Kirk from 2017 to 2019. So again, that same year, 2017, when Donald Trump is brought in as the 47th president, after the Pizzagate scandal became exposed and the ritual took place at CERN at the Shiva statue representing creation and destruction. 2018, when Gordon Bowden was coming out exposing or starting to expose the company's house fraud via the non-verification element. I've come along and with the help of others, have exposed the actual real issue, the forgery in the company's house registration system, which means the whole thing is inverted because it's against their own legislation, their own criminal laws that they've created, that they tell the rest of humanity they can't break those laws, but they're breaking them all. So it changes absolutely everything, you see. So 2019, obviously, the year when the deception started with the COVID, which is 100% to do this. In 2018, Owens, so we're talking about Candice Owens, co-founded the Blexit Foundation, along with former Tuscan police officer Brandon Tatum. Blexit, B-L-E-X-I-T. What does that sound like to you? Sounds like Brexit, doesn't it? Research shows that Brandon Orlando Tatum, born in 1987, also known as the Officer Tatum, is an American YouTuber, conservative political commentator, author, radio personality, and a former policeman. And he's also a former college football player. He rose to prominence in early 2016, that year again, when the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed, for a viral video which featured him at a campaign rally for President Donald Trump. Following the rally, he said in the video that he felt unsafe because of those who protested against the event. He rose to prominence in early 2016 as the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed for another... I've mentioned that. He went viral a second time in September 2017 after Donald Trump was positioned as the 45th president for a video in which he expressed his opposition to players taking the knee during the national anthem at NFL football games. In other words, linking in with Black Lives Matter. And that, of course, links in with Candice Owens and what we've already said. Actually, I do need to research that incident because I will find that death of that poor man, if it was real, is going to be linked into this international government fraud. Tatum, this former police officer, resigned from the Tuscan Police Department in October 2017, again after the Pizzagate scandal, when Donald Trump became the president, and he joined Liftable Media, a conservative content producer that owns and operates the Western Journal and the Conservative Tribune. He then served as director of urban engagement for the conservative action group Turning Point USA. So again, we're having this link to Turning Point USA. Okay. And Charlie Kirk, the assassination happened not long before my arrest. I am almost 100% sure he did not die, and that was part of the deception. When you research, there's a company called Charles Kirk Limited that was incorporated with the exact same companies as Exborn Manor Freehold Limited. So he served as a director of urban engagement for the conservative action group Turning Point USA before founding his own media company in late 2019, leading up to the COVID deception. In November 2021, Bombardier Books published Tatham's book, Beaten Black and Blue, Being a Black Cop in an America Under Siege, distributed by Simon & Schuster. There's some other bits of research. I haven't finished this research, by the way. I'm just reading you what I've got so far. So there's little things I've just mentioned there that I need to go back into, and then I can research it. And what I'm doing, because it gets quite, when you just focus on one subject, you're like, oh, it'd be nice to have a change of subject. So I then go on to another subject and then revisit the other subjects again later and pick up on bits. So I can then research, for example, the Western Journal, Conservative Tribunal, and also this distribution company, Simon & Schuster. So in May 2022, as I'm starting to expose things through Exborn Manor, Tatham begins hosting a national talk radio program, the Officer Tatham Show, distributed by Salem Radio Network. Salem Radio Network appears to relate to Christian Salem Media Group that has origins from 1971, the same year that the World Economic Forum was created. And this organization links into NASDAQ, NASDAQ Inc., that was founded in that year, 1971, by the National Association of Security Dealers, or NASD, now known as the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority. NASDAQ, originally and still commonly spelled with all capital letters as NASDAQ, is an acronym for National Association of Securities Dealers Automated. Quotations. On February the 8th, 1971, NASDAQ stock market commenced operations as the world's first fully electronic stock market. So now we've got a connection to the world's first electronic stock market via Tatham to Candice Owens, right? And you're going to hear a lot more stuff in relation to Candice Owens as we go through. Where did I get to? This is the same year, as I've said, that the World Economic Forum began. Okay, so we have this connection now to a centralization of the digital network in relation to the stock market beginning at the World Economic Forum. And this gave the ability, remember, it's a Christian, Salem Media Group is a Christian group, okay, in relation to radio. And this gave the ability, sorry, I keep losing where I am. And this suggests the centralized control of Christian radio networks as part of the agenda, giving the ability to possibly target humanity in relation to falsified prophecies through sound frequencies. And of course, you had Jimmy Savile, which is massively important in all of this. He was hugely linked into, as we know, the radio side of things. And also you had the first wireless mast was erected on the Isle of Wight. Remember, Deborah Fleming was the NHS chief executive for Hampshire, Isle of Wight and Dorset. The first one in the world was erected, according to the research, in 1898. And that was by Marconi. And Marconi actually was involved in the radio stations at the Vatican. So I suspect, and I've also found articles suggesting health implications at the Vatican regarding the cell towers and the 5G technology, okay? I suspect they started to control through frequencies, potentially, the Vatican leading into all this. And if you go back to, so 1870 is a very important year. 1870 is when it appears the Vatican was infiltrated, and that infiltration involved the Freemasons. And there was a guy called Marchell, can't remember his surname, who tried to oppose this infiltration of the Vatican a bit later. Okay, so 1870 they took over Rome and imprisoned within the Vatican City the popes, according to the research. It was the year after that that the Albert Pike letter seems to have been written to Mazzini, and that letter set out the 3 World War deceptions. Albert Pike was a high-level occultist and Freemason, and he actually set up the Scottish Rite Freemasons, I believe, which the main office or oldest active Freemason lodges in Edinburgh. And this letter was written by him, according to the research, to Mazzini, who was the head of the Illuminati, which links in with the Vatican. So that was 1870, the infiltration. 1871, the letter written as the 3 World War deception. Now that then leads into the Rothschilds, who fomented Israel, because the 3 World War deception involves Israel and Palestine. And the Rothschilds, who link with the Goldsmiths. Remember, we've got James Goldsmith, already mentioned, linking to Princess Diana, and Douglas Goldsmith, the special advisor for the last few prime ministers. Well, the Goldsmiths are linked in with the Rothschilds, okay? And the Rothschilds fomented Israel in the Balfour Declaration of 1917. So that ties in with that deception. How does this link with Donald Trump? Well, Donald Trump, in 1870, his grandfather originated, his name was Arthur Trump, or Arthur Trump. I don't know how you pronounce it, and he lived in the Bavaria area of Germany. And in 1870, Bavaria became part of the new German Empire. Okay, his mum, so Donald Trump's mum, who has the surname of MacLeod, ended up living on an island of Lewis, off of the coast of Scotland. She then emigrated to America when she was about 18, I believe. She then met Donald Trump's father. So you can see we have this connection going back to Munich. And remember, Germany ties in, going right back to the Reformation, okay, with the German company that publicized, okay, and it became part of this new German Empire at the same year as the infiltration as the Vatican. So anyway, there's loads more stuff in relation to that. Let's get back to Candice Owens. So we've got this company, NASDAQ, that links into Tatum. Well, a company style search for NASDAQ reveals NASDAQ International Limited, that was incorporated in 1987, and it dissolved on the 16th of December 2025. Okay, literally not long ago at all. As the exposure continued, the Honourable Charles George Yule Balfour is shown in the People Record. We've just been talking about the Balfour Declaration. I suspect that's going to be a relative of the Balfour family. John Linton Jones connects this company to 13, including various Morgan Stanley companies, linking to important areas of the fraud. And Morgan Stanley was created by, it's linked to the JP Morgan's family as well, and the JP Morgan's linked to the Flemings. Many JP Morgan companies have the Flemings' names incorporated within them, and the Flemings were the ones that initiated my removal from Exbourne Manor. Jones, the same person, also connects to the Horniman Public Museum and Public Park Trust, that was incorporated in 1989, the same year that the World Wide Web was created for CERN. It connects to the fraud and the Royals immediately by Harbottle and Lewis, and the Royal Botanic Gardens connected to Professor Gillian Tolmie, France, is on page 10 of its incorporation document. So we now have a link to the royal family companies, again coming in from this research of Tatum. Harbottle and Lewis, if you research it, Harbottle and Lewis were used by Prince Charles as his solicitor until they recently changed it to Mishcon de Reya. Hold on, have I got that right? So, sorry, they used, yeah, I think that's right. Mishcon de Reya and Harbottle and Lewis are solicitors used by the royals. I can't remember which way round and what's the timings of it, to be honest with you, but you can research that and see that. Miscon de Rea, remember, surname of de Rea, linking to Exbourne Manor. Michael LaRoche Salter Church, double-barreled surname, Michael LaRoche Salter Church, connects this Horniman Public Museum Company to London LGBT Community Pride, CIC, with a correspondence address of CMS Cameron McKenna LLP and Cannon Street that links to the research of Donald Trump, Jimmy Savile, the Royals, CERN, the main Freemasons, and the evidence suggesting Prince Harry wore the skin of Madeleine McCann in his shoes in July 2019. Now, that CMS company, I suspect the CMS in there relates to, or they've set it up as a deception to relate to. I have to consider that, and I pray that's the case. CMS is part of CERN that has the power to generate electromagnetic fields 100,000 times more powerful than the Earth's entire magnetic field. Now, I am suspecting that a lot of that side of things is going to be set up to make me believe it's real, that I think all of creation is at risk from CERN. There is part of me that is, and there's, because I'm finding out so many other connections, such as Richard Harris, John Harris, and all of these other things of people being positioned, I struggle to believe they're all evil, to be honest with you. And I certainly struggle to believe that all three of my families are evil, but here you go. In which case you're talking about a deception against me to make me believe that this evil is happening, with the evidence to tell you that it's really a threat to all of humanity and giving you the proof that why it's potentially a threat. Now, at the moment, I have to say that I still think that the threat is real, because if I don't, then I'm not taking the right course of action to try and resolve all of this international government fraud and save humanity and save the children. I can't take any chances, can I? If I have any small belief that there are really children suffering in all of this, then of course I have to do all that I can to prevent that. So we have this CMS Cameron company there, okay, that links in to this already. The company was incorporated in 2012, the same year that CERN claims to have discovered the God particle. CMS Cameron McKenna is also an important incorporation, also on the incorporation document as well. This supports the agenda linking to the inverted transgender movement. Because remember, right back at the beginning of this, this company that we're talking about has links to the London LGBT Community Pride. So that means transgenderism. And I am 100% certain that is part of their inverted deception against humanity as part of their agenda. And I've done a whole section on researching transgenderism in my document. So referring back to Tatum, he runs a YouTube channel called The Officer Tatum with over 3 million subscribers. As of May 2025, he's accumulated over 571 million total views. Tatum has also appeared as a guest on Candice Owens' Praga U show, that Candice Owens Praga U show, the Candice Owens show, as well as the Daily Wire political podcast. Candice is a panelist. Tatum is an outspoken supporter of Israel, and the Jerusalem Post named him as one of the top 10 pro-Israel Christians in 2025. Okay, so Israel is obviously a massive part of the deception against you all, and now you have a very significant connection via the research to Candice Owens via Tatum in multiple ways. So I'm just going to change my position because my back's aching. Right, where are I? Sorry, I've not got a very good setup here. A Companies House search for Tatum reveals a Tatum Limited. Now, I can't confirm it's him 100%, okay? That was incorporated in March 2019, which ties in with the information that we mentioned in 2019. This is the month after Julian Assange was supposedly arrested. And every area of Julian Assange links into everything I'm telling you from every single area, including coming in from the name of his mum, his dad, Chelsea Manning. Everything else all links into this from him. And he links almost immediately to Deborah Fleming via the research of his dad. You're talking within 2 or 3 companies to actually Deborah Fleming, who initiated my removal. So you have this, where are we? This company. And obviously, of course, this is leading up to the COVID deception against humanity. And this is the same year that the research says that he founded a media company. Okay, so we're talking about Tatum here. The company dissolved in February 2022, as I made early inquiries at Exmoor Manor, and has an address of 7 Bell Yard that connects to the research of Ghislaine Maxwell and the Temple Bar. Now, this was an actual bar, according to the research, a bar where politicians and high-profile individuals used to go to from the Houses of Parliament, and they used to eat pies, meat pies. I think it was mutton, peas, pies, peas and pies. Can't speak. Pies, P-I-E. What else is that the acronym for? The Paedophile Information Exchange. And Ghislaine Maxwell connects to the research of that address in my research. And actually, from Ghislaine Maxwell, just I'm going off on a tangent here, but she links to the Kit Kat Club. And the Kit Kat Club ties to that address via the research. And it's a sex fetish club there's one in Berlin. So you then have that link back into Germany again via Ghislaine Maxwell and the Kit Kat Club, which links into the Temple Bar and government and politics and the pie connection. Who knows what were in those pies? Somebody sent a message to me the other day. Gary, do you think the Sweeney Todd side of things is going to be a big part of this? If you're not aware, then that was a movie and I believe it was a book. I'm not too sure. With Johnny Depp in the movie, and it was about remains of humans being put into pies. I think potentially they were trying to tell us something with that movie. Could be deception, though. Could be deception. So this company we're looking at has a registered Office UK Limited of 85 Great Portland Street on its incorporation document, making further connections to the fraud. That address is featured in the fraud. Tatum Blockchain Services SRO is shown as being the company of significant control from August 2019. Sorry, just spat. August 2019 being the month that Jeffrey Epstein supposedly died, until 2021, it was the company of significant control, suggesting a link to the blockchain currency control agenda that connects to BRICS. Okay, and BRICS, it links into Russia and also, I believe, Southern America. Does Venezuela use BRICS? Don't know, but so this suggests links now to Candice Owens via Tatum of the control of currency. Remember, we've got the digital stock market link already there as well, all tying in with the international government fraud. And just whilst we're talking about BRICS, Julian Assange's father was invited to a BRICS conference or meeting by Vladimir Putin. Okay, this was around the time that I was identifying the evidence of his name, John Shipton, linking to Deborah Fleming. It's as if they were mocking me by him then being invited around this time to a meeting to do with BRICS technology. Julian Assange also links in with this research, as I've said, who connects to a doomsday cult via his father. It was actually his mother's partner. A search also reveals Tatum Limited Ltd without the full name that was incorporated in December 2023 as I'm exposing fraud, and it dissolved in May 2025 as I continued the exposure. And this is not long after the important Siemens company changed its name for the first time since 1962, the same year that the infiltration of the royal family happened. And this was after I had exposed it being connected to Jeffrey Epstein via the Edge Foundation. Stephanie Roxanne Clifton connects Tatum Ltd to Buddha Bing Creative Limited that was incorporated in 2024, and it dissolved on the 25th of November 2025, not long ago at all. A separate search of Stephen Roxanne Clifton shows an exact duplicate record, because what they're doing is they're creating variations of duplications of records, and we know that because it's going back to the same companies through those variations, but they're also creating exact duplication of records when it should be all under one record. All right, so they're having two names exactly the same date of birth and everything, certain amount of companies on that name, different companies, and then other companies on the second name, part of their systematic criminal network they've got in place. So just to read that again, a separate search for this Stephanie Roxanne Clifton shows an exact duplicate record connected to Wellington Arthing, Arthing Ltd, that was incorporated in 2014 and connects immediately to the research of the Paedophile Information Exchange and the World Trade Center disaster by companies made simple on its incorporation document. Eden Juliana Clifton Gates and Bella Jade Clifton Gates are also shown on the incorporation document. I thought I'd do a little bit of research on those names. Quite interestingly, an internet search found that Clifton Gates is a landmark in Clifton, New Jersey, which I believe is New York, and it's the Gates of Hell, which is an underground system of tunnels that speculation suggests relates to satanic sacrifices. That's via me searching the names on that document. So back to Candice Owens. In 2019, she married George Farmer on the lead up to the COVID deception. The wedding took place at Trump Vineries, owned by Donald Trump. Farmer had founded Turning Point UK. Right now, we've already had these connections, haven't we? Via Charles Kirk to Turning Point USA. We now have a link to Turning Point USA via Candice Owens and Farmer and Tatum to Turning Point UK. Now, I'd already researched the UK after the Charles Kirk murder, and it links into the NHS, where Deborah Fleming was a chief executive, and into massive areas of the fraud via the English part of the Turning Point organisation. According to the research, Farmer is the son of Michael Stahl Farmer, Baron Farmer, born in 1944, nicknamed Mr. Copper. Wonder why. Is a British businessman, probably links to the police, former treasurer of the Conservative Party, and life peer in the House of Lords. He is active in combating family breakdown and its repercussions. He supported Brexit, an almost identical name to Owens' Blexit company, and is a devout, born-again Christian. Now think inversions, everybody, all right? Everything's been inverted. So he was actively combating family breakdown. Invert that, all right? Wanting family breakdown. Actively trying to cause family breakdowns. It's almost obvious that's what they've been doing with their criminal system they've got in place, okay? Through being behind the alcohol, behind the drugs, behind the inverted help for mental health, the deception surrounding that, breaking you down, poisoning your water, poisoning your air, poisoning your food, poisoning you through pharmaceuticals that you're being led to believe that you need, okay? It's all part of this evil, collaborative deception against humanity, according to all of the research. So he supported Brexit and is a devout, born-again Christian. Now, Christianity has 100% been inverted by what I can only say is pure and utter evil. It's very clear that we have that, okay? The Young Men's Christian Association, YMCA, started up in 1844, the same year that Companies House began, and you can see YMCA companies linking key areas of my research, and they link immediately to the research of the Paedophile Information Exchange via the National Council for Civil Liberties. So there is a link to Christianity, but I believe an infiltrated element of Christianity, because we know from love thy neighbor and thou shalt not kill that it's not going to be the foundation of Christian belief, is it, that's behind this within the Christian network. Where where are we? Sorry. He was born in Tunbridge, Kent. So this is talking about farmer's father. Okay. He was born in Tunbridge Wells in Kent. Again, in Tunbridge in Kent, sorry, which is right near Tunbridge Wells, where huge connections relate to the fraud and the apparent infiltration of the royal family. He has a history in the metal industry, linked to the London Metal Exchange, part of the fraud, and it connects quickly to Nigel Farage, who is very pally with Donald Trump. Jimmy Savile was also involved in the metal industry, and the research of serial killer Peter Sutcliffe, which is mind-blowing what I've found, also links into the metal industry, with information connecting him to the Krays, who were involved, according to all of the research, in the infiltration of the royal family, and also has links to the metal industry via Peter Sutcliffe and to a Savile company, which I came across in the research of Peter Sutcliffe, the serial killer, the Yorkshire Ripper, who murdered apparently many women. A company's house search of Farmer's father, Michael Style Farmer, shows him connected to Red Kite Management Limited LLP. It was incorporated in 2017, that same year after the Pizzagate scandal became exposed and Donald Trump became the 45th president. And it dissolved in June 2024 as I continued my exposure. Farmer also connects to the Conservative Party Foundation Limited that was incorporated in 2004 and has Mishcon de Reya and Summit House 12 Red Lion Square, London, on its incorporation document. Mishcon de Reya, remember, is the solicitor that was used by the royal family. Surname of de Reya, linking to Exmoor Manor, Assistant Chief Constable of Dorset Police, Sam de Reya. De Reya's linking in with the research of the death of Jill Dando, and coming in and linking in with Beavers Limited, which links to Prince Andrew, the Duke of York Theatre. It has various companies from page 9 and page of its incorporation document, and page 11 shows BAE Systems PLC, which is one of the largest defence contractors for weapons it is the largest defence contractor in the United Kingdom. It also has Babcock Companies, another weapons companies on that document page. Page 12 shows the Royal Opera House Foundation. And this all makes critical connections to the BBC, royal family, cell towers, and collider technology, as shown throughout the document. Now, the Royal Opera House Foundation is particularly important because that is on the incorporation document of the Jewish Community Centre company, which also has the Charles Darwin Trust, which will relate to the theory of evolution, which tells you they have no idea what to believe. All right, because they're financially and legally connected to a theory of evolution which would disprove all of their religions, and that is a Jewish company. And that immediately, the Charles Darwin Trust connects immediately to Ghislaine Maxwell via Farrah on its incorporation document. That's what I was going to say. So the Royal Opera Foundation is on that incorporation document as well as this one. Opera is also the name of the experiment that was taking place at the Large Hadron Collider in collaboration with a facility in Italy, okay, during the Christchurch earthquake on the 22nd of February 2011. When you research Ghislaine Maxwell, you hit very quickly a company called Science and Technology something or other. It was incorporated the year I was born, 1977. It dissolved in December 2022, the month that I made the first initial report of the fraud. Within that company, a director connects to the Christchurch earthquake appeal. On the incorporation document for the Christchurch earthquake appeal is a company called Cobbitts. Cobbitts links to the intelligence agencies, particularly the new head of MI6, Blaze, whatever her surname is, unusual surname, that got brought in I believe, the last couple of months as the head of MI6. And MI6, the Flemings also linked massively to MI6 because Ian Fleming was linked to the intelligence agencies and MI6 via the Royal Navy. He wrote the James Bond books that led to the movies. And now we've got this conservative company, remember linking in with this, and other conservative companies making important connections that I've found, irrefutable connections with the collaboration of the Russian government in relation to this international government fraud and the royal family. Critically, Pharma is also shown directly connected to JP Morgan Metals Limited. So this is Pharma's father, okay, who is the husband of Candice Owens. And he links directly to JP Morgan Metals Limited, where he was appointed in 1994, just before, the year before, the Hackler International Advisory Board company that links the Russian government to the intelligence agencies and the royal family, and it is shown on page 40 of the incorporation document of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, and has dissolved since I have exposed it. So he was appointed in 1994 and he resigned in February 2002, 5 months after the World Trade Center disaster. The company was incorporated as Metal Gesellschaft Limited in 1970, the year between Charles becoming the Prince of Wales and the start of the World Economic Forum. And of course, Wales is where Companies House was based, that creates the criminal companies now running the world in relation to everything I'm saying. This name translates from German to metal company, literally meaning metal company. Its name was last changed, according to the overview, in 2010, the same year that CERN Limited was incorporated. And it links immediately to the fraud by Slaughter and May on its incorporation document, whose main company was incorporated. This is Slaughter and May, incorporated in 1954, the same year that CERN was originally founded, the year after the fake Queen, almost guaranteed now, the fake Queen was positioned in 1953, the same year that the MK Ultra program started. CERN Limited was then founded the year afterwards, and so was Slaughter and May. It's in the name, everybody. Slaughter and May. May is the month they love to sacrifice. May was the month that Madeleine McCann went missing in 2007. Slaughter and May are massively linked to football clubs. Football clubs are hugely linked to the international government fraud and the ability to launder the money in relation to the crimes against children through those football clubs and then hide it under the guise of footballers' wages. Michael Ross Brown connects JP Morgan Metals Limited to I forgot about this, to the Invicta Film Partnership Number 4 Limited, with Invicta Film Partnership companies making critical connections throughout the fraud, including to the intelligence agencies and the Satanic Temple United Kingdom company that I told you about earlier. We're talking so quick connections in this, everybody. Okay. And remember when I released the evidence of that, the same day, Scott Chilton, who was the original police constable of Dorset at the time of me making my initial reports, resigned from the police the exact same day. JP Morgan obviously makes important connections throughout the fraud to the Flemings and other major areas. Referring back to Candice Owens, after working for Praga U, in 2021, Owens joined the Daily Wire and began hosting Candice, a political talk show. She was dismissed in March 2024, following a series of comments regarding as anti-Semitic, and months of tensions with co-host Ben Shapiro and other Daily Wire staff. This was as I was continuing to expose the fraud. The surname of Stephen and Matthew Owens, as I've said, and their connection to Exborn Manor and the Russian government may be relevant to Candice Owens. A Companies House search for Blexit Foundation. Remember, Candice Owens had founded this company with Tatum called Blexit Foundation. Shows UCAP Limited, that was incorporated as Blexit Limited in 2015, before its name was changed in 2021, which coincides with some of the timing surrounding Candice Owens. Zuzana Kilmakova connects this company to BU Bregel Unten Echmar Capital UK Limited, with a correspondence address in Switzerland. The company was incorporated in September 2024 and its name was changed in February 2025. And Edwin Pugh Smith and Florian George Schick of Switzerland is on the incorporation document. Rupert John Mackenzie Gerald connects BU Bregel Unten Markel Capital UK Limited to Vanguard International Limited, that was incorporated in 2015. It has Intertrust UK Limited of an old jury address, and the Vanguard International Group LLP of an address in Ontario, Canada, on its incorporation document. The filing history shows that its registered address was changed to CSC CLS UK Limited on the 9th of October 2025, 8 days after I was released from prison. And I'm noticing now there's major connections all around me and things happening to me in all of this. So Vanguard International, coming in from the research of Candice Owens. I have heard about Vanguard being one of the largest centralized companies in the world, and this is the first time I've ever actually come across it. Research shows that it was founded in 1975, 4 years after the World Economic Forum, is based in the United States, and has around $11 trillion held in assets, second only to BlackRock, which is featured significantly throughout all of my research. A separate search of CSC CLS UK Limited, remember, shows that it was incorporated as ATC Capital Markets UK Limited in July 2007, 2 months after Madeleine McCann's disappearance, and the month before Exporn Manor Freehold Limited was incorporated on Companies House. From 2014 until December 2024, as the exposure continued, it was called Intertrust UK Limited, which was also mentioned previously and linked to that company we were looking at from Blexit. This company is a criminal company, having been incorporated with the exact same companies as Exporn Manor Freehold Limited. I hope this is sinking in, everyone, how massive this is. The filing history shows that its registered address was changed on the 19th of September 2025, the day that I was arrested. Referring back to Vanguard International Limited, Daniel Mark Richard Jaffe, Jaffe, Jaffa, resigned in 2023 as I was escalating the exposure. And he connects to 287 companies, including many Tesco companies, with Tesco already featured significantly throughout the fraud. Daniel Christopher Vigela connects Vanguard International Limited to 86 companies, including various Gates companies that I've seen previously. I suspect that relates to the Gates Foundation and Bill Gates. The evidence overwhelmingly suggests that the education system has been consumed by the corruption and the crimes against children. And this is a good example, actually, that's something else we'll go on to in a minute. Okay, I'm just going to, if you've got any questions, please put your questions on there now, just for 5 minutes or so. We'll go through some questions. And then what's the time? I'm just going to see what the time is on my 20. Yeah, it's still reasonably early, isn't it? Because I really want to talk about Venezuela. So let's have a look at questions. You've got any, just going to write down. There's going to have been loads of comments. I do apologise. Anyone that's saying, right, I've had people which are obviously compromised saying, yeah, but you will find these connections. No. And don't forget, there's over 5 million registered companies for starters. We've just looked at within 6, 7, from a chain of evidence. There's fraud all the way through it. Anyway, it's all criminal. Literally, deliberately criminal as an inversion against moral conscience. Candice had me fooled for a little while. Then I started researching her and her husband's family. Yeah, so I mean, it's fairly obvious that anything Candice Owens now cannot be trusted, and anything that and I'll do a bit more on Tucker because it's only his father I've really focused on. But I'm pretty sure both of those you can't believe a word they're saying. If they're not, unless they start talking about the company's house fraud, then let's listen to them. Until that time, I would suggest you do not trust literally anyone unless they are exposing it. So what's the deal with Candice? Well, look, if they position somebody to tell you one thing but not the full truth, it draws you in, doesn't it? That means you're going to believe anything they say, and therefore that steers the agenda. But they're missing out the most important truth, which is the company's house fraud. So, and it links to all world problems. That gives them the ability to create a deception and continue a deception against all of humanity. You cannot trust someone if they're not exposing the company's house fraud, if they're part of it. No matter what they're saying, you can't trust them because it provides the motive for the lies. Can you go over the true line of succession again? I'm not too sure what you mean by that. There's a lot of evidence through the company's house records supporting what Vanessa is saying about herself. I'm very likely or potentially going to be related to Vanessa or somebody more significant because there's just too much evidence all tying around me. I don't know exactly what that is, some sort of bloodline relevant, whatever, I don't know. But what I do know 100% is my evidence has the ability to bring heaven on earth, literally, because we now know what all of the world's problems are because of. Literally, even it looks like natural, what we've been led to believe are natural disasters, which could be part of their deception or real that they've created, links into this company's house fraud. So that tells us that all of the world's issues are linking into this company's house fraud. And therefore, if you resolve that, you then practically bring heaven on earth. Did you get a chance to look up Alex Jones? No, I haven't yet, I'm afraid. Sorry, I do apologise. They are part of the same club, Gary, I believe. Yeah, they're all connected. Absolutely. And they've all got the same interest. Remember, this financial system links to the taxation system and other financial institutions and the crimes against children, the sex trade, both legal and illegal sex trade, and also the drug trade. So, of course, there's many motives there. Whether they're addicted to some of them or whatever, it provides that motivation. I'll be staying on for as long as you are, Gary. Oh, brilliant. Thanks, June. Claudia Lawrence, what happened to her? Claudia Lawrence. I don't know about Claudia Lawrence, sorry. That name doesn't ring a bell to me. Gatekeepers. Did you get to read that? Can you go over the true line of succession again? Webs weave so tight around us, the precision engineered levels of criminality by the evil masterminds are insane. Yeah, a big part of this is potentially that they are trying to bring about the creator through this. This could be why we've got the Vatican linking in with all of this and the falsified prophecies. So it could be that they're trying to bring about an event or some sort of disclosure somehow to, but whether they actually planned on exposing themselves to this degree, I don't know, because I'm literally putting pictures of people linking with the skinning of children alive. Now I don't know if they'd have done that deliberately. It's mind-blowing. Could law firms be corruptly registered companies without knowledge of company owners? Well, I was a director for a company, and I joined as a director 2 years after that company started, and I'm innocent. I presumed it was legitimate. However, I think if you've got somebody starting a company, there's obviously a reason they're choosing a particular startup company, whether that's been recommended to them or whatever. It's possible, of course, that they're going to be innocent. But if they are not exposing this now, then I find them guilty. They must be. They must have known what they were getting into with the fraud element. Otherwise, they'd be exposing it now. If they knew that it was linking into the crimes against the children, which it now obviously is It facilitates the laundering of money through the crimes against children, international drug trafficking, and all of these awful things that appear to be happening in the world. Why would you not come out and now start exposing it? Just doesn't make sense. All law firms are centralized to the bar, the temple bar, the inner bar. You've got the inner bar and the outer bar, I believe. It's in the name, temple. The temple. You've got the satanic temple linking into all of this. You've also got the Knights Templar temple. Now, I don't believe everybody's going to be bad. Of course, in fact, I can't believe they're all evil. Which, to me, then you come back to, okay, well, they've laid enough evidence to suggest they are evil. It is a bit mind-boggling, that, to me. So they're making it seem as though they're all evil, but I don't believe they all are. So that suggests they're trying to bring about a group of people or a person or something like that, or somehow bring about the creator through that portrayal of evil. Because I don't know why else you would create a system of deception making you seem like you're evil. Sasha Stone gives me the creeps. Yeah, I had a video call with him, not a recorded interview, but a call with him when he was in the Mexican rainforest. You could actually see the forest in the background, if he was really there, I don't know. But and he then, that could have been staged, but it looked like it was real. And then I said, yeah, it'd be great to do an interview with you, because I was actually directed to him by Deborah Evershed, which now makes connections massively to all of this. And they even removed a particular screenshot from a WhatsApp correspondence with Deborah Evershed to try and break that link. Well, I'd already screenshot it, and I can prove that they went in, infiltrated an supposedly encrypted WhatsApp message, and removed a specific bit of evidence. Well, I know now, I can prove that was actually deliberate, which shows that they actually... Now, whether they set that up deliberately for me to expose that's something I have to consider. Gary, if you read this, I tried to email Kevin Annett, but he did not get back to me. This is so disappointing to me. I still do not want to think that he is not legit, but now I do not know. Yeah, I've also emailed him, Justine, and he hasn't responded to me. Now, what this does, if he has been positioned, it gives them the ability to make it seem as though the key individuals in this have been dealt with when they haven't. All right, so that could be what he's been positioned for. If you're not aware, those of you that aren't aware, he's claiming that there is a arrest warrant for Donald Trump, King Charles, various others for the crimes against children. But he's not responding, and he's not talking about the Companies House fraud. This, I think, is giving them the ability to give new lives to those people, new identities, make it seem as though they've been dealt with, and then we feel better about that. Nothing should appease you in any of this until you know there is a system of transparency in place that means this never happens again for future generations. That is the only time I will be satisfied, along with mass resignations, along with the consequences against those that have been instrumental in this system of crime against humanity, along with the removal of any harmful technology, guarantee no further sexualization of children or a drop in the age of sexual consent, and various other things need to be happening. And there's a list of things I think the minimal needs to happen for me personally to be satisfied that this is going in the right direction. So it could be he's been positioned as part of that. Look, everything's okay now. We've sent Donald Trump to prison. No, not going to be enough for everyone. This could also be why they made it seem that key members in the Rothschilds family had died. During this whole exposure, you had at least 2 members of the Rothschilds supposedly died. One in a fire in Hollywood in the end of, or beginning of this year, or the end of 2024, I can't remember. And you had another one died, when was that? I can't remember. There was another one died in 2022, I believe, which is when I started exposing the international government fraud. So this sets up the ability to come in and say, yeah, individuals, that was us. That's the reason they played. We've sorted it all out. No one needs to worry now. You can trust us. No. But we know it's not being resolved. 100% sure nobody's resolving it, because We can just tell from the Companies House regulations that they brought in, which completely omits secretaries, and the research that I've done proves that from the heads of the intelligence agencies, they are allowing the use of virtual secretaries, which completely remove the accountability and liability through the Companies House laundering through virtual secretaries. So we know 100% sure this is not being resolved, right? 100%. Nobody's coming to save you, right? This is about humanity needs to rise up in the right way, peacefully, through the strategy that I'm giving you, with the evidence to empower you to end this once and for all and bring a new system in. Nobody else is giving you, I believe, the right answer, because even now, an international strike will not resolve this, okay? An international strike will not resolve this alone. I think that as well, but just doing a strike is not gonna cut it now. These people, and you need to start with the certain individuals or certain organisations, citizens' arrests need to start taking place. As soon as they start taking place, it then puts the government and their organisations in a position of, what do we do now? They've got two options then. All right, they turn full-blown evil against all of humanity, okay, or they expose themselves and not doing the right thing, the arrest. Okay, so it's at a point where it's going to go one way or another at that point. Okay, that's what we need to get to, is to back them into a corner where there's no other way to go with it. They're either going to expose themselves more, or they're going to have to make that completely sinister, evil decision to try and take out all of the innocents across the world, because that's what they'd have to do to prevent what would come next. And I don't think they're in a position to do that, to be honest with you. That's good, Gary. As I've said before, I suspect Alex Jones is America's David Icke. Yeah, I've seen a couple of videos on him, but I haven't had a chance to research him. I'm sorry, not yet, but I would try to. Frazzle Drip video was exposed HRC and her girlfriend. Exposed WHRC. Hillary Clinton was linked to it. I'm not too sure who WHRC is. And her girlfriend. Sorry, I'm probably being really stupid there. I think you're talking about Hillary Clinton, aren't you? I think. I will be so disappointed if he is not legit. Yeah, well, at the moment, it's not looking as though he is. The thing is, you see, they need to give you hope, because all the time they're giving you hope, you're not doing anything. You're waiting for somebody else to come in and do it. This will be resolved overnight, practically, if everyone followed my strategy. I'm almost certain of it. Just takes people to do it. There's a channel. Hopefully more people wake up this year. I don't pay council tax. Yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully people do wake up. McDonald's restaurant, do they fit in somewhere? Massively part of it. The McDonald's restaurant company was started in 1971, the actual one main company. It's a criminal company, first of all. That's the same year as the World Economic Forum. McDonald's links massively throughout all my research in a huge way, and they're changing all the names as I'm exposing them. As I'm exposing it. They also link to the Red Shoe Society, which I suspect is a symbolic red shoe club, which links into the skinning of the children alive and the making the shoes out of the skin. And this then ties back in with Prince Harry, with the evidence that I've got suggesting he was wearing Madeleine McCann's skin in July 2019. There's actually an article where he was wearing the same pair of shoes over a prolonged period of time. And then I've got evidence coming in from records which supports that actually those shoes contain Madeleine McCann's skin, or they set it up through a very complex trail of evidence. I don't think they did to make it seem that way. But no, I think that's would a lot of other things that have happened. It makes complete sense and ties in. Okay, should we talk about? I know there's going to be a lot of other questions I haven't answered. Comments from other questions. So there's a question here. It's not safe to go out during working hours at the moment. I have to stay in. Unfortunately, life's that bad at the moment. I don't know how much more I can take. Did you answer my previous question, please? I probably missed it. Sorry. Look up. The trouble is, all the time it's good to answer questions. Don't get me wrong. It's very good to answer questions, and for people to ask questions. But I need to get the evidence out as well. You know, it appears I'm the only person in the world actually producing the evidence in the way I am. There's other people doing some great work around specific cases, but they all need to be tied together. You've got Scotty's doing some incredible work on the Madeleine McCann case. You did have Kerry doing some work. I think she is still doing some work. She turned on me for whatever reason. It looks like she's actually linked in to key parts of this as well through the Company's House records. But who else is doing some good work? There's a few people on emails actually, which I won't name because I don't know if they want to be named. But there's some amazing people giving me some brilliant information that is then leading into everything. And some of the things that I'll be talking about over the next few lives that I do, if I'm still here, some of those things have been triggered by others that have said, Gary, have you looked into this? And then I've gone into it and found some absolutely unbelievable evidence in relation to it. So, there's a magistrate's handbook. It tells them how to contract with you to steal by consent. Yeah, a lot of this is by consent. Pretty much all of it, to be honest with you. I mean, arresting people unlawfully, like myself, but, you know, it's most of it we're consenting to by just literally believing things that we have to do, we actually don't, because they've deceived you. It's all through deception. All of it's through deception. Anyone who's exposing the crimes against children is guilty, especially when they're choosing a political party or religion. That's the good side, 100%. Anyone that does not do anything about this now, not crave is guilty in my mind. Okay, once you've got this information, you have to do something with it. When there's information of children, the most innocent of all, being targeted and suffering, then your moral conscience, therefore, the part of you given to you by your creator, which it's all been given to you, but I believe, but your moral conscience then should kick in and say, well, I can't not do anything about this now. You know, I have to be willing to make some sacrifices and do something about this. If there's a chance that what Gary's saying is right, and I've got a document that's proving it all that I can look at, then I must do something to prevent children. 1997 was the last time I bought one, plus I didn't watch enough telly to justify the amount they wanted for the license. Gary, you were one of the honest bodies. Well, I did my best in the police. I certainly had no idea about this. My moral conscience has really come to my forefront probably in the last... I left the police in 2018. I was always a very moral conscience person, but probably since I've been exposed in this, I think I've just got even closer and closer to moral conscience, and that's what I now have as my foundation. And that, I think, has just brought me so close to the Creator. I mean, I pray. I was praying yesterday, and I was just praying for strength, psychological and physical strength to keep me going, and for me to be guided in all of this. And immediately, my anxiety I had was alleviated, and I was like motivated again. And you know, I'm not depressed. I'm not suicidal. I'm not turning to alcohol drugs. I'm very focused, very clear in my direction and in my evidence gathering. I'm making a lot of spelling mistakes, but that's because it's all on my phone, and they've removed my spell check deliberately. This is the sort of thing they do. So there's a lot of spelling mistakes, but you know, I'm so committed and focused because I know how critical this is, and my moral conscience is driving me, and that is coming from the Creator. I'm being guided, I believe, by the Creator through my moral conscience to literally face whatever comes my way. I mean, I'm living in a tent in the snow at the moment. All right, I've got no heater. I've got nothing to keep me warm. But that is what I have to do because I'm focused on resolving this and ensuring it never happens again. Yes, Gary, I put your name as the subject to test it out. Makes me sick. The Royals get so much respect when they are involved, and possibly not even the rightful. It's just a complete mockery, isn't it? If you imagine, you know, when you see the videos of everyone like wanting to shake their hand and clapping at them and holding the flags up and what have you, they must just be thinking, what a bunch of... It's just unbelievable, isn't it? The mockery is just... Oh dear, it's mind-blowing. It really is mind-blowing. I just find the whole thing so evil. It's so evil. Drew's trying to just chill out if you don't feel safe, but yes, he has responded to me before as well. So it seems really sus at this stage, yes. Or just want to mention about the response. I know many of you have emailed me. I'm checking. I'm getting loads of emails coming in. Some people have said that they're trying to send them and they're not going through to me. I will be responding to all of them. I promise you. I'm so sorry it's taken ages. Some of you wait for 2 or 3 weeks, I think. But what it is I'm focusing on the evidence, getting that into the document whilst I can, because if I don't do it, it seems as though nobody else is doing it. So what I want to do is get that really to a point where it doesn't matter if they actually unalive me and they get rid of me, the evidence is out there. So that's why I'm focusing on key things. I'm going to come into the Las Vegas shooting in a minute, the biggest mass shooting in the US history. All right, I'm going to show how that links into all of this so far, and also we're going to look at the Venezuela side things. So I'm going to crack on with that now. I'm sorry if I haven't got your question, but I will come back from this point on the conversations in a minute. Okay, once I've done this. So we'll talk about. I think we'll do the Venezuela thing because that's really on my mind more at the moment because it's on the main news, on the mainstream. Oh. And then we'll come to the Las Vegas shooting afterwards. And by the way, I'm making a choice to live in a tent. I'm making the choice to do that so that I can continue to focus on this. Okay, this isn't. I've got a place I can go and live in. Okay, but I know the consequences of if I get taken out. It's not about me fearing that my life will be ended. I don't want to, obviously, of course, I don't want to be die. But I know that if I don't focus on the exposure, nobody else is doing it, and something happens to me, then that's the end of this, isn't it? So I have to focus on that, and I have to put myself in a quite an uncomfortable situation to do it. And I'm possibly going to be putting myself in a very, very uncomfortable situation in all of this soon. Right. Let me just find a screenshot. So we're going to be talking about Venezuela. It's early research, so I'm going to be doing a lot more surrounding this. I've just got to find the right page. That's from the Las Vegas, I think. Sorry, bear with me for a minute. Okay. On the 3rd of January 2026, articles emerged that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, I don't know how you pronounce it, and his wife Celia Flores had been captured in an operation sanctioned by Donald Trump. Nicolas Maduro Moros, born in 1962, interestingly the same year as the infiltration of the royal family, and I'm actually finding that what they're doing is and it could be deliberate, they're putting key years such as 1971 or whatever under Wikipedia entries for names. Now I suspect their dates of birth that they're being shown there is not even real. I suspect they're using multiple alias names, etc. So this could be very symbolic. So he was born in 1962 and is a Venezuelan politician and former union leader who served as the president of Venezuela from 2013, the year after CERN failed to, or claimed that it discovered a God particle, and it appears failed to create a black hole on Earth, according to the evidence, until 2026. He served as the vice president under President Hugo Chavez from 2012, okay, the year of the CERN, to 2013, and Minister of Foreign Affairs from 2006 to 2012. So he had connections with the rest of the world through the Foreign Affairs Office. A search shows a government article from January this year alleging that sanctions had been laid against Maduro's associates. So this is the United Kingdom's supposed sanctions being imposed against his associates. Not previously, as the fraud is being exposed. A search within company's house for his wife, Maduros, Celia Adela Flores de Maduro, reveals a Chica de la Flores Limited. Okay, now what they've done, and I'll give you a good example. When you get my document, you'll see the research around the COVID response. 100% as part of all of this international government fraud. But the specific organization that Fauci worked for, Dr. Fauci, what they've done is they've put the acronym for the organization as a middle name for a person record on Company's House. And it's not normally a name. Okay, so they've hidden it within the Company's House records for the right person to find it. And I found that by searching the acronym, because they love acronyms. Acronyms are the first letters of word within an organization or a name or whatever, and they use just the first letters of each word as an acronym. They seem to be using companies registered under the acronyms a lot. This explains why the police, they love their acronyms. Everything has an acronym. Okay, so when I searched this organization's acronym, it came up as a middle name with two normal names either side, which led into key areas of the international government fraud. It actually led to almost straight to a Young Men's Christian Association company as well, a YMCA company, which then ties into the paedophile information exchange. So what they're doing is they're putting a trail of evidence for whatever reason for the right person or right individuals to find all of this and prove everything. It seems, or it's a mockery. Is anyone actually going to find out what we're really doing? Let's put all of the clues there. Is anyone actually going to find it? Well, yes, they are. I'm finding it now. I'm exposing the whole lot, or trying to. So we have this company come up. It's almost identical in its. You've got Flores, and then if you take this without showing it to you on the thing, you can see where they've separated some of the letters and put it into a company name. So we have this Chica de la Flores Limited that was incorporated in July 2017 after Donald Trump was positioned as the president. Remember, we're talking about the wife of the person they've supposedly just taken from the research of that person that they've supposedly just taken from Venezuela. Okay, so this company was incorporated in 2017 and it is shown as being in the process of being struck from the register. In other words, they want to get rid of it. Okay. Now, 2017 is also important because I've found a company which links to Fleming Co.Limited. That, in fact, they all link to Fleming Co.Limited. So it's a Fleming connection coming in from other international leaders, and that was set up to make that link in 2017. Okay. That includes the leader of Iran, who we've been led to believe that they are at risk of conflict with. And you can see within the records where I've researched it and I've gone into it quite a lot of detail, changes take place as I'm making inquiries at Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited. Too coincidental for it to be chance. Okay, it's deliberate. It looks as though they're panicking. They're trying to remove and change things around as I'm releasing evidence, thinking that will help them, when actually it's given me more evidence to actually support everything I'm saying and expose them in all of this. So I'd already found that link, and that company is now, last time I looked, it was dissolving. This is the Fleming Co.Limited company that was started in 2017. It was in the process of shutting down. It linked not only the leader of Iran, but it linked them to Benjamin Netanyahu, the researcher Benjamin Netanyahu, and to Donald Trump. Okay? So it tells us, along with the other evidence that I've got in relation to the Russian government collaboration, that it is all a deception, what we're being told in relation to these conflicts and everything else. And this, I'm almost certain, is going to be a deception as well. So anyway, let's get back to this. This company, Kim Seymour, is shown in the People record. Okay. A separate Company's House search for Kim Seymour reveals a Dr. Kim Seymour. Now, for whatever reason, doctors are massively linked to all of this criminal network. Massively. You've only got to look at the Madeleine McCann case. It was 6 doctors that went away on holiday when Madeleine McCann went missing. I've also got another key bit of research that I've done, which also links in with doctors. Okay, now here we have a doctor connection. Remember, Deborah Fleming was NHS. NHS are massively implicated in the crimes against humanity and the international government fraud, giving them the ability to actually take lives and make it seem as though they're helping lives, okay, as part of their criminal network, and funnel money through the healthcare system as well. So a separate search reveals a Dr. Kim Seymour, having been appointed to Hazelmere Hall in 2016 and resigning on the 23rd of September 2025, which was 4 days after my arrest. It was incorporated in 2013, the year after CERN discovered the Higgs boson particle, and has an Alison McClellan of Third Sector Law Limited in Guildford on its incorporation document. McClellan is the same name, I believe, as McLeod and McLennan, the company that I went to as part of a strategy in Inverness. The surname McLeod links to Donald Trump's mum. His mum was called McLeod, who lived on Lewis Island off the coast of Scotland. I think that's going to be related to Donald Trump's family. Okay. And then there's research coming in from his actual mum's name on Isle of Lewis that links in to key areas of the fraud and back into Donald Trump again. So we have this McClellan of Third Sector Law on this incorporation document. A separate search shows that Third Sector Law Limited was incorporated in 2000. Waterloo on its page 7 of its incorporation document. Now, this particular company has established in 1844 next to the name. Well, 1844 is when Companies House was originally founded. 1844 is when Young Men's Christian Association was founded. Young Men's Christian Association is the song that they were singing for Donald Trump when he was in power. Young Men's Christian Association links to the homosexual and transgender agenda. Okay. So this Waterloo company is very important because Waterloo, the original Waterloo and Sons, was originally founded, I think it was in 1810, I think, or around that time. In fact, we'll come to this in a minute because I'm going to be talking about this via De La Rue in a minute, because Waterloo's links with De La Rue, which is the main currency producer for the world. Okay, and we're going to be talking about them in a minute, so we'll come back to that. So anyway, you have this Waterloo link now already. Alison McClellan connects Third Sector Law Limited to 4 companies, including Searchlight Counselling and Therapy Limited, that was incorporated in 2000 as Relate West Surrey, and according to the overview, its name was changed for the only time on the 25th of October 2025, 24 days after I was released from prison. It has British Telecommunications PLC, among other companies, on page 9 of its incorporation document, that makes important connections throughout the research of the fraud and to the potential threat of directed energy via the communication systems. Quite ironic because I'm using them now, but I have to, don't I, to get the evidence out. Paul Graham Bossonette connects this company, Searchlight Counselling and Therapy Limited, to 11 companies, including BlackRock Group Limited, everybody. We now have a link to BlackRock Group, the biggest financial asset company in the world, now links in from this research coming in from the wife of the leader of Venezuela. My brain went then. So they also, not only do they link to BlackRock Group Limited, but they link to ZF International Limited, that was incorporated as Lucas Industries Limited in 1897, before its name was changed for the only time, according to the overview, in December 2019, the same month as the COVID outbreak deception. It has a Temple address on its incorporation document. ZF, this is research of it, ZF Franken, some strange name, also known as ZF Group, commonly abbreviated to ZF is a German technology manufacturing company that supplies systems for passenger cars and is also involved in rail, marine, defense and aviation industries, meaning it likely relates to another company that I found called SDKFZ, already identified in the research of crimes against children that links to the Nazi regime and military vehicles as shown elsewhere. This company ZF, that we've been talking about on the research, was founded by Count Ferdinand von Zeppelin, the inventor of the Zeppelin airship, and engineer Alfred von Soden-Fruehofen in 1915 in Germany as a subsidiary of Luftwaffe Zeppelin. So this, of course, now makes a very important critical connection to Germany again, coming in from this research. It's very big part in all of this. Gary Charles Couch connects Searchlight Counselling and Therapy Limited to St Paul's Trading Limited, that was incorporated in 1996, and it is a criminal company, having been incorporated with the same companies as Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited. Alan Jude Fernandez connects St Paul's Trading Limited to Ascension Catholic Academy Trust, making a Catholic connection now to the Vatican. It was incorporated in May 2022 as I was making inquiries at Exmoor Manor. This leads quickly via the Richmond West's School Trust that dissolved in 2023 to a company called Bible Reading Fellowship that was incorporated in 1935 and appears to have a forged register. This supports the evidence linking to the likely infiltration of the Christian faith and an attack against creation using the company's house fraud. Referring back to Searchlight Counselling and Therapy Limited, Gurpreet Singh Dahal connects to the Association of Accounting Technicians, making almost immediate connections to I've put the Pizzagate scandal, it's not, to the Hampstead child abuse inquiry, where 2 children were interviewed claiming their father, Ricky Dearman, was not only involved in grading them, sexually abusing them, but making them take place in the decapitation and drinking of babies' blood in a school and church in London. Joseph George connects Searchlight Counselling and Therapy Limited to George Companies and a Home Start company, making important connections throughout the fraud and the crimes against children during the Feversham child abuse scandal, which I've done a whole load of evidence on. Now, Home Start is a critical company. Okay, there are various Home Start companies. Home Start makes the link to the Knights the Knights Templar via my friend's wife, Elizabeth Gamay in Kent. Okay, she's a head teacher of a school in Luton in Kent. When you go and look at the company that oversees that school, you go into it. There's a Home Start company, has exactly the same address on it that is linked via MK Ultra research, via Waterman's companies that links to my school that I used to go to, called this Thomas Aveling School, to a Knights Templar building from the 13th century, going back into, therefore, the Reformation. So we now have a link back to the Knights Templar via this connection that we've just made, and Germany. It all links in with this, everyone. And the Feversham abuse, which we're going to come to I don't think I'm going to have time to do that tonight. Linda Nancy Lambert connects Searchlight Counselling and Therapy Limited to the Esher District Citizens Advice Bureau that was incorporated in 1992 as the company's house register started to become electronic and the Catholic Church became a legal entity. Citizens Advice Bureaus have been centralised to the criminal network. That's the first point of call for most people to get any legal advice if they've got any questions. So immediately that gives them, the system, the ability to shut down those individuals, target them and silence them before there's any chance of it getting in through their legal system and being exposed publicly. The company's house fraud I'm talking about. Anthony Marson connects this company to 4 companies, including, so we're talking about the same company here. What's the name of it? Searchlight Counselling one. Anthony Marson connects to 4 companies, including China Pharmaceuticals Limited, that was incorporated in 1994 and has a registered address in Dorchester, Dorset. And it dissolved in June 2024 as the exposure continued. Now, I haven't put this, but I've seen it. When you go into that, it makes a link back into Donald Trump via Dundas and Wilson, which is on his incorporation documents for his golf club that opened in 2012 in Scotland. Leslie James Musset connects Searchlight and Counselling and Therapy Limited to Age and Undershaft companies, making important links throughout the document. Referring back to Hazelmere, so going right back to that first Hazelmere company. I mean, it's not right back because we were only in the next company anyway. But now we're going back to Hazelmere, and Hamish Donald connects this company to the Royal School Hazelmere, making a possible royal link, and they connect to Lloyds Banking Group with Lloyds Bank companies on page 40 of the incorporation document of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. Now, that is not going to be a coincidence to search the name of the wife linking literally straight there to Lloyds Bank again, that is on the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. You can see how this has all been centralised. Everything you're seeing is a lie, and it is all to do with this company's house fraud. A search for former Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez company's house through Google. So in other words, you can do this. Go and check it. Hugo Chavez company's house in Google reveals a record for a Hugo Chavez with some middle names with a date of birth of 1977. All right. So remember, there's been no verifications. They're able to use different dates of birth, variations of details to try and hide this. But it's where it leads when you find. So, and he had been appointed to a company called Anuhat Consulting IT Limited on the 2nd of April 2007, when the company began almost a month to the day before Madeleine McCann went missing. She went missing on the 3rd of May 2007. This is the 2nd of April 2007. It has a registered address in Oxford, where the Maxwells were prominent, and it dissolved in April 2011, 2 months after the Christchurch earthquake. It connects immediately to Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited by and SJD Secretaries Limited on its incorporation document. And that's because the new managing agent that was brought into Exbourne Manor after the Stephen Owens, or Owens and Porter with Stephen Owens and Matthew Owens, resigned. Right, they refused to answer any questions whatsoever and resigned on the spot. Okay, with me as a when I was a director, trying to speak to them about why we'd had no fire risk assessment since 2017, the same year as the Grenfell Tower, which is almost certainly part of this international government fraud. I went there speaking about that and the other stuff that I found with the financial institution, refused to even speak to me, resigned on the spot. Okay. We then got a new managing agent that eventually got brought in, linking into the international government fraud, called Property Solutions Southern Limited. They tried going under a different name first of all. On their incorporation document is at UK PLC, the exact same companies that I am showing to you now. And just to let you know, look, I'm reading from, you won't be able to see it, but what I'm doing is reading, and all the links are there within this. This is my notes, but it will all be going into the document, so you can just follow everything I say and then click on the links through the document, and you can actually verify all of that evidence. So that's it for now. Let's talk about the Donald Trump, because this actually appears to be linking into this. Donald Trump became... Should we do that bit next? Let's have a look. Bear with me. I'm just thinking whether we should do... because I want to talk about Sequoia, which ties in with this. Yeah, I think we're talking about Sequoia here, so... bear with me. All right, let's talk about De La Rue because it leads into Donald Trump anyway. De La Rue is mentioned throughout my document, and according to the research, it was founded in 1821 by Thomas De La Rue, who had lived on Guernsey, a UK island and tax haven, before moving to London, where the company later became involved in international currency production and based itself in Hampshire. Remember, this is where Deborah Fleming was the NHS chief executive, which I've mentioned here. It's also where there are many criminal weapons companies registered on Companies House there, enabling them to defraud the masses through fraudulent or fake defence contracts and the collaborative deception with other world leaders regarding conflicts. Hampshire is also where Deborah Fleming, as I've said, she was the one that initiated my removal. In 1947, De La Rue were listed on the London Stock Exchange, the same year as many other significant events in the fraud, including the creation of the Doomsday Clock. It was later removed and acquired by Atlas Holdings Limited in July this year for the first time ever. It came off the London Stock Exchange, not this year, 2025, by Atlas Holdings. And Atlas Holdings Limited is the same company that I'd been led to believe was involved in missing nuclear weapons from the 1980s, and how this related to the Iona St. Columbus prophecy. In 1965, De La Rue started printing banknotes with an Italian based in Switzerland and printing banknotes for the Central Bank of Iran in the 1960s. This is significant due to the important connection to Switzerland, with it being where CERN is based, the World Economic Forum, the United Nations, the Bank of International Settlements, and others are based there. It is also relevant in how things are progressing in relation to Iran and what I suspect is a staged, infiltrated escalation regarding immigration and the Muslim faith groups. This period of currency production also appears to coincide with the evidence suggesting the real royal families were potentially infiltrated and were murdered potentially in the early 1960s. 1965 is also an important year due to it being when Jordans and Sons Limited, the main company in the fraud, was incorporated on Companies House, and is the year before the foundation of the Church of Satan. In 1968, a bid was made to acquire De La Rue by the Rank Organisation, which connects immediately to the research of a vault underneath the World Trade Center building at the time of its collapse, and links to Nova Scotia Bank and potentially missing gold, as shown later in the document. This is also the year before Charles became the Prince of Wales, where company is based and creates the criminal companies through the forgery where it had been based. The research shows that De La Rue changed its main company name in 1991, a key time in the fraud, and a year before the Companies House register started to become electronic and the Catholic Church became a legal entity. 1991 is also the year that the Gulf War ended, when Terminator 2 Judgment Day was released, when David Icke started suggesting the world would be devastated by earthquakes and tidal waves. And also the relativistic heavy ion collider started to be built in New York at the time in 1991, and scientists said it may cause a black hole on Earth. And he links in quickly to, David Icke links quickly to the intelligence agencies. In 1995, De La Rue acquired Portals Limited. Interesting, Portals. A key company in currency production since 1724, according to the research. And Portals becomes relevant in the evidence to CERN, as explained later. And Justin Welby, the Archbishop of Canterbury, also has a middle name of Portal. 1995 is the same year that the intelligence agency and Russian government-linked Hackler International Advisory Board was incorporated, mentioned throughout my document, and dissolving in 2024 as the exposure continued. And this was stemming from the research of Rishi Sunak. At least one of the directors of the Hackler International Advisory Board linked quickly to De La Rue, and De La Rue Quest connects immediately to Mohammed Al-Fayed and is a criminal company, having been incorporated with the same companies as Exbor Manor Freehold Limited, as mentioned later. This means there is a connection to Princess Diana and Dodi Al-Fayed. Now, since this, I've now found connections to almost immediately to Dodi Al-Fayed and Peter Gilmore, who's positioned as the new priest of the Church of Satan, the high priest of the Church of Satan in 2001 the same year as the World Trade Center disaster. In 2014, De La Rue appointed BAE's, we've already mentioned BAE System, BAE Martin Sutherland as a CEO, with BAE being a huge part of the fraud and the largest UK defence contractor, meaning billions can be defrauded from the masses through there. In July 2019, this is important, the Serious Fraud Office, with Lisa Osofsky as its lead, supposedly investigated De La Rue for suspected corruption in South Sudan, but closed the case with no further action. The Serious Fraud Office is implicated in the fraud, as is Lisa Osofsky, who was removed from her position, or moved from her position, I should say, after my initial reports in 2022. This month of this investigation is the same month that Jeffrey Epstein was supposedly arrested, and there was a protest in Wuhan, China, regarding a planned incinerator plant, which we have to consider was planned, or this was all positioned for it to be believed that it would be used for the disposal of bodies from the COVID deception. So cell towers were erected in Wuhan the following month, and the supposed COVID outbreak was in December. Now, July 2019 is also the month that the article came out that Prince Harry was wearing the same pair of shoes for a prolonged period of time. Now, that was 3 years before CERN started up again. So it had been done something in July, okay, according to the research, 2019. It then started again after 3 years of maintenance in July 2022, on the 5th of July. The day afterwards, on the 6th of July, they moved the Georgia Guidestones after they were damaged or destroyed. It was 2 days later that I approached Anthony Roberts, the acting chairman of Exbourne Manor, wanting to view the bank documents for Exbourne Manor whilst I was a director, which triggered my whole investigation. In 2000, I've mentioned that De La Rue was triggered by the exposure of the evidence by Gordon Brown. Oh, I suspect this investigation into De La Rue that at that time was triggered by the exposure of the evidence by Gordon Bowden, and was to alter, conceal, or destroy evidence in relation to the larger criminal network and involving the Serious Fraud Office. In February 2024, De La Rue was contracted to design the new banknotes for the new King Charles portrait, which was unveiled on the 14th of May 2024, the very same day that I released the evidence of the threat of directed energy linking into the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, which links pretty much all areas of the fraud. In early 2002, not long after the World Trade Center disaster, De La Rue purchased Sequoia voting systems. Okay, so this is early 2002, sorry. They purchased Sequoia voting systems, meaning they can falsify democratic votes as part of the agenda. As they produce the currency and tax demand system, this supports that the ultimate agenda is not greed or materialism, but control to be able to reach their conclusive agenda. Well, we now have to consider that the actual agenda is to bring about the true creator somehow in all of this, and how my part may play in all of this somehow. I don't know exactly how. In early 2002, not long after the World Trade Center disaster, I've said that, significant evidence surrounding Donald Trump and Elon Musk suggests Trump was fraudulently positioned as the president of the United States using this Sequoia system, as supported by evidence shown elsewhere in the document. In July 2025, as the exposure continued, De La Rue was, as I've said, removed from the London Stock Exchange for the first time since 1947. There appears to be no active company called Atlas Holdings Limited. No, that's it. Done that bit. Elon Musk, how does this potentially link in with Venezuela? Because we're going to get into Venezuela. The evidence that I have acquired makes significant links from Donald Trump and Elon Musk to Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, the fraud, and all three of my families. Research shows that Elon Musk was born in 1971, the same year as the World Economic Forum, and was named the wealthiest person in the world in May 2025. He has South African origin and emigrated to Canada in 1989, the same year that the World Wide Web was created for CERN. Musk attended the Queen's University in 1990, leading up to David Icke's announcement. Musk co-founded Zip2. I need to research that company actually. In 1995, the same year that the Russian intelligence and royal family linked Hacklow International Advisory Board was incorporated. Found on page 40 of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. In 1999, Musk founded X.com, the same year as the re-establishment of the Church of Satan, after the death of its original founder within 2 months of Princess Diana in 1997. He became a US citizen the same year. Musk had moved to California, and Zip2 was later acquired by eBay in 2002, the year after the World Trade Center disaster, and eBay connects to the research of the planned digital ID, as shown elsewhere in the document. Musk co-founded OpenAI in 2015, and that is detailed in the research of Donald Trump, due to it having been one of the criminal-related companies involved in the Stargate project that was announced by Donald Trump in January 2025, where they said that 900 billion, or was it trillion? Billion, I think, dollars. Yeah, it wouldn't be trillion. $1 billion being used in this Stargate project. In 2016, supposedly, unless that was laid up as some sort of evidence. In 2016, Elon Musk founded Neuralink, a company involved in implantable microchips used to control the body and that risks leading to transhumanism, or to make certain people believe it will lead to transhumanism, a further inversion away from creation. This is the same year that the Pizzagate scandal appeared to start to be exposed, and the linking the torture of children to politics, in the same year that the apparent ritual took place in the statue. In 2017, Musk acquired, this is important, in 2017, Musk acquired the Boring Company, literally boring, that I suspect was being used for the future circular program to try and build a larger Hadron Collider after CERN appeared to fail to achieve what they were hoping in 2012, as shown elsewhere in the document. The research shows that Joshua N. Haldeman was the paternal grandfather of Musk, and according to Errol Musk, he was a supporter of Nazism and has been suggested as an influence to Elon Musk. So we now have a link back to the Nazi regime to potentially Elon Musk in all of this. There is overwhelming evidence that Nazism was a deception, possibly going back to the 13th century, and being used to hide a deception within Christianity, and linking back to the Vatican, as shown in the research of the prophecy of the popes elsewhere in the document. In January 2025, as the exposure continued, articles emerged of Musk appearing to have given a Nazi salute during one of his speeches. I now suspect this was a distraction to hide the larger evidence relating back to the Reformation. It may have been deliberate to actually lead towards the exposure in all of this. In January 2019, articles emerged of Musk being involved directly with CERN and assisting with tunnels to build the biggest ever particle collider, despite the highlighted risks to all of creation in doing so. In April that year, Julian Assange was supposedly arrested. In July, Epstein, as we said. Bear with me. Yeah, I've mentioned all of that. I won't go over all of that again with you. In December 2022, okay, the year that I'm excited to expose this, articles emerged that Musk was warning of the risks of CERN and it could destroy Earth. Now, this was before I'd even found the actual evidence and concerns of CERN. So he was involved in CERN previously, and then suddenly, when the fraud is being exposed, he says it risks destroying all of creation. This was a complete contradiction on the previous information that suggests his direct involvement, and December 2022 was the same month that I made my first official report regarding the fraud. So this suggests Musk was possibly trying to separate from what I would later discover regarding the plans with the Collider technology. As I'd escalated my inquiries at Expo Manor throughout 2022, Musk's brother purchased a drone company in July 2022, the same month that Anthony Roberts of Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited resigned, and other important events happened that I've already told you about. This relates to the possible fake alien invasion as they panic to maintain the deception and the control through the centuries-old criminal network and how it relates to the deception with Christianity as shown elsewhere. The Queen supposedly died on the 8th of September 2022. And on the 20th of September 2022, articles emerged of red heifers being moved from Texas to Israel, matching scripture of heifers supposedly being required to be sacrificed in relation to the Third Temple and to bring in the Antichrist. So what this is, it looks as though me exposing the fraud has triggered the falsified prophecies and all of these things and all of these signs and things happening. Musk started to change Twitter to X in 2022 as well. That appears to reference the 2012 phenomenon that relates to CERN and the Planet X side of things. Musk also wore a Baphomet image to a Halloween party that year, making apparent reference to the Church of Satan, possibly as a distraction from the evidence that would later be acquired in relation to the deception within Christianity. Possibly it was deliberate for me to show this exposure. It was around this time that I started to separate from Exbourne Manor and live in the van to try and be able to continue the exposure. In April 2024, articles emerged that Musk was trying to gain access to CERN technology. This article now appears to have been removed, but I had acquired a screenshot of some of this article as shown on the left. Now, I don't know if you're going to be able to see that, but that is the actual article. Now, it's going to be back to front, but I managed to screenshot it. That has been removed since. It has the date. This article now appears to have been removed. Siemens is a huge company connected to CERN, and having been founded 3 years after the company's house began, and it is connected to the Nazi regime. It is hugely significant in the fraud and links immediately to the research of Jeffrey Epstein by the Edge Foundation, as shown elsewhere in the document. Having searched Siemens' connections to Elon Musk, an article from 2014 is revealed, which showed Musk's companies having direct involvement, along with Barack Obama, supporting the collaborative plan regarding collider technology after CERN possibly failed to achieve its goal in 2012 to correlate with the end of the Mayan calendar. When searching Musk's connection to JP Morgan, interesting and timely articles are revealed, one being from 2021, prior to me identifying the company's house fraud and suggesting JP Morgan was suing Elon Musk for some tweets he made in relation to Tesla in 2018, and another from 2025 as I escalated the exposure of the fraud and suggesting they had settled their differences with JP Morgan's CEO, apparently even praising Musk, calling him our Einstein and promoting his Doge project mentioned later. Einstein has been involved in creating the doomsday clock. Research shows that Charlie Simon had been the CEO of JP Morgan Chase since 2006, the same year that the Da Vinci Code movie was released, and the year that I moved to Dorset from Kent, which also becomes relevant with JP Morgan connection to Flemings, and that initiated my removal from Exbourne Manor. In May 2023, Jamie Dimon. Wait, is that from the article? Sorry, I'm getting a bit lost in my research here. Research shows that Charles Simon, I need to probably go over that, but I'll carry on anyway. In May 2023, it says Jamie Dimon testified under oath in connection with two lawsuits filed against JP Morgan Chase. The plaintiffs accused the bank of serving the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. When searching Elon Musk connections, I've done that. Oh yeah, when searching Elon Musk connections to JP Morgan, a reference is also made to the James Bond movie Moonraker. that had been written by Ian Fleming in 1954, the same year that CERN was founded, and it was published in 1955, the same year that the relative first Disneyland resort opened in California, where Musk had later lived. That's a whole other subject, but Disneyland is connected to all of this. The Disneyland, I've mentioned it a bit here. So the Disneyland resorts have been influenced by Blackpool Pleasure Beach, and research suggests was the influence for the Walt Disney. Research suggests that Blackpool Pleasure Beach was the influence for Walt Disney resorts, and the links to the possible infiltration of the royal family, Hitler, the MK Ultra program, and the Flemings, as shown elsewhere in the document. The movie. What's that say? The movie was produced by Eon Productions. So we're talking about Moonraker now. Produced by Eon Productions, which connects quickly to the research of my father's via his accountant. And it was partly filmed at Pinewood Studios that connects quickly to the research of my mother. Okay, so from my father, Eon Production links to James Bond movies via the research of his accountant, via my mum, via her employer that links to the NHS anyway. You link to Hollywood and Pinewood Studios, and also what was his name? Ridley Scott. And Ridley Scott's brother Tony lived in Chatham in Kent, the town where I was born. People have speculated that Moonraker's plot reflects a sinister plan against humanity to depopulate and then repopulate the Earth with a master race, and involving Elon Musk. And around May 2025, as the exposure continued, articles emerged of Elon Musk being given a key by Donald Trump. Revelation 9:1-6 of biblical scripture appears to make reference to a key being given, and that it will lead to the masses being made to seek death but not be able to find it. In other words, be desperate to die but not be able to. Here is the full verse. Then the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star from heaven which had fallen to the earth, and the key of the bottomless pit was given to him. He opened the bottomless pit, and smoke went up out of the pit like the smoke of a great furnace, and the sun and the air were darkened by the smoke of the pit. Then out of the smoke came locusts upon the earth, and power was given to them, as the scorpions of the earth have power. They were told not to hurt the grass of the earth, nor any green thing, nor any tree, but only men who do not have the seal of God on their foreheads. And they were not permitted to kill anyone, but to torment for 5 months. And their torment was like the torment of a scorpion, where it stings a man. And in those days, men will seek death and will not find it. They will long to die, and death flees from them. Revelation 9:11 appears to state they have as king over them the angel of the abyss, the bottomless pit. In Hebrew, his name is Abaddon, in brackets, destruction. Remember, they were having the ritual at CERN. Well, according to the research, a ritual took place at CERN by Shiva, which represents creation and destruction, in 2016, the same year that the Pizzagate scandal became exposed. And it says, and in Greek, he is called Apollyon, destroyer king. This is possibly very relevant, particularly as it is Revelation 9:11, the date of the World Trade Center disaster. On releasing this evidence, 2 of my TikTok channels were completely removed, only after one of the videos had attained 50,000 views. This was whilst it was on an account ban warning, and the other with no warnings at all, and it being removed almost immediately after posting. In June 2025, articles emerged of Elon Musk having a black eye. I suspect this was deliberate publication and makes possible reference to the apparent crimes against children with the panda eyes and the deception against humanity. In July 2025, articles emerged of the King Charles having a black eye as well, or a redded eye and black eye, I believe. In around July 2025, not long after I exposed the possible relevance of the key being given to Musk, articles appeared of Trump and Musk falling out. This is the same month that unprecedented events take place, including the main currency producer De La Rue being purchased by Atlas Holdings and coming out of the London Stock Exchange, and this being the same year that the doomsday clock began with 1947 when they went on the London Stock Exchange, as detailed elsewhere. Company's house search of Elon Musk is mind-blowing. Elon Musk is shown as having been a director for Surrey Satellite Technology Limited from 2005 until 2008, the same year that the Large Hadron Collider was first activated in Geneva. The company was incorporated in 1985 and is a criminal organisation linked immediately to CERN scientist Stephen Hawking, My Families, Tommy Robinson, and My Dreams and Visions by Nigel Leonard Blood of the London Law Agency and of 84 Temple Chambers, Temple Avenue on its incorporation document. Catherine Edda Scott connects Surrey Satellite Technology Limited to Airbus Defence and Space Limited. That links immediately to the research of my brother-in-law, Richard Timms, his family, who connects immediately to Stephen Owens of Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited, and Jeffrey Epstein, links quickly to Airbus, all shown elsewhere in the document. Airbus Defence and Space Limited is a criminal company, having been incorporated with the same two companies as Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited. Catherine E. Scott appears to be the same person as Kata E. Scott that is connected to Airbus and features on a website for women in defence and connects significantly to international defence, including the AUKUS project featured elsewhere in the document, linking in with Australia. AUKUS, if you're not aware, is the project where they had a collaborative project to do with nuclear submarines involving the United States, America, and Australia. There's loads of research I've done around that in my document. It's definitely part of the international government fraud, and AUKUS now links in with this as well. In 2022, this same person became part of a senior leadership in charge of the government's new Department for Science, Technology and Innovation, which will undoubtedly relate to the CERN and the Collider technology. Remember, I've already got connections from Ghislaine Maxwell linking in with a science technology company that links to the Christchurch earthquake, and that dissolved on the same month that I reported the fraud. A company search for women in defence that relates to that person we've just been talking about, reveals Women in Defence UK Limited that was incorporated in March 2019, leading up to major events in the deception against humanity surrounding COVID. It has an address in Hampshire, where Deborah Fleming had been the NHS CEO. It has one director, Angela Marie Owen, with the name Owen being relevant to Exmoor Manor and the apparent infiltration of the royal family. Possibly relevant is that Angela Rayner appears to have an alias name of Bowen, very similar to Owen, and she resigned in 2025 as the exposure continued and the research of her links immediately to the fraud and to the Archbishop of Canterbury, as shown elsewhere in the documents. This is Angela Rayner. Referring back to company's house research of Elon Musk, Melanie Jane Chatfield was appointed to Airbus Defence and Space Limited in 2000, the year before the World Trade Center disaster, and resigned on the 27th of June 2001, less than a month before Larry Silverstein acquired the lease for the World Trade Center disaster. Chatfield connects to Hutchinson Ports UK Limited, making an apparent connection to the company involved in the cell towers and mobile phones. Eric Albert Peach connects Airbus Defence and Space Limited to BAE, Thales and Marconi companies, linking to major areas of the fraud and through the research of Marconi to the Vatican and the first wireless tower on the Isle of Wight. Nicholas Ellis Franks, I'm just wondering whether to go on here. Yeah, we'll mention this bit. Nicholas Ellis Franks connects Airbus Defence and Space Limited to Society of British Aerospace Companies, in brackets that connects quickly to the Terramar company linked straight to Ghislaine Maxwell and the informal parliamentary group set up by Bob Seeley, which relates to UK islands. It was set up by the former MP for the Isle of Wight, who is called Bob Seeley, I've mentioned, where Deborah Fleming had been the NHS CEO and where the first wireless mast, as I said, was created. British aerospace companies has a forged register and has dissolved since the exposure began. Peter Robin Main connects Airbus Defence and Space Limited to Atlas International Limited. Remember, we've already got Atlas Holdings, purchased the main currency, and we've got 3i Atlas. We've also got the link to, supposedly, I think that's going to be a deception, the missing nuclear weapons to Atlas Holdings. Well, now we've got Atlas International. So this is coming in from Elon Musk. Okay, we've got Atlas International that was incorporated in 1995, the same year as the Hackler International Advisory Board that links the intelligence agencies to the Russian government and to the royal family. It is a criminal company having been incorporated with the same companies as Exborn Manor Freehold Limited. Atlas companies were incredibly important, connecting to AstraZeneca as well. All right, you've also got the Atlas experiment at CERN. Okay, that was actually called in 2012 when they discovered the Higgs boson God particle. It was actually called the Atlas experiment. The 3i Atlas, which also links in with the prophecy of the popes via the research. So, according to the research, what does Atlas actually mean? We can have it has the following meanings. A bound collection of maps, a bound volume of charts, plates, or tables illustrating any subject. In anatomy, it means the first cervical vertebrae, which supports the head. Now, interestingly, this ties into a theory surrounding Christ's conscience within the cerebral fluid of the body. It's a whole nother subject, but that's quite an interesting. Bearing in mind we've now got an atlas, and Atlas is so significant in all of this. It also means a size of drawing or writing paper. It's also called telemon in architecture, a sculpture figure of a man used as a column. In classical mythology, it's a titan, a son, or Laptus, and brother of Prometheus, and Epimetheus, condemned to support the sky on his shoulders, identified by the ancients with the Atlas Mountains. It is also a person who supports a heavy burden or a mainstay. It also relates to Charles Angelo Ciliano. It's going to be linking in with Italy, obviously, who was a US bodybuilding advocate born in Italy. It's also a liquid propellant booster rocket, originally developed as the first US intercontinental ballistic missile used with a Jaina or Centura upper stages to launch satellites into orbit. Just thought that was interesting. When translating Atlas into Latin, Atlantis is mentioned. So that's a whole nother subject, Atlantis. Right, where was I going with this? I've gone on to some big subjects here, aren't I? And it's all coming in from the same, linking in with the same things, really. We've also got to mention, I'll carry on just because I'm here now anyway. Referring to Airbus Defence and Space Limited, Roger Nicholas Browning Wood connects to Securitas Security Services UK Limited that makes connections to Group 4 Security, and therefore the Association of Chief Police Officers of the United Kingdom via Paul Condon, and a personal connection to me via Jock Condon, who introduced me to Exborn Manor in 2007. And my Sergeant Ben Pope introduced me to my wife in 2007 as well. Wood also connects Airbus Defence and Space Limited to Institute of Advanced Motorists Limited, Automobile Association Insurance Services Limited, and it was incorporated in 1989, the same year the World Wide Web was created for CERN, and it is a criminal company, having been incorporated with the same companies as Exborn Manor Freehold Limited. So we have the link into the royal organisations there. Wood also connects Airbus Defence, etc., to Automobile Association Insurance Services Holdings Limited and to Centrica PLC, that was incorporated in 1995 as a criminal company with the same companies as Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited. Centrica is a very big company of this, if you're not aware, and links into huge areas of this now. Another search for Elon Musk on Company's House shows Intelligence Artificial Limited, that was incorporated as Elon Musk Limited on the 9th of May 2022, as I was making early inquiries at Exmoor Manor, and its name was changed in 2023 and ended up dissolving on 14th of October 2025, 13 days after I was released from prison. Marcello Marshall de Sequeira and a company called World Spiritual Responsibility Organization Limited is shown on page 5 of the incorporation document. An internet search for Marcello Marshall de Sequeira reveals a LinkedIn record connecting to Ritz-Carlton Yacht Collection at the University of Miami, Florida. Ritz hotels are affiliated to Mohammed Al Fayed, and obviously in Paris, that was the hotel that Princess Diana was at before she supposedly died. And Al Fayed, and a search within Company's House reveals the Ritz-Carlton Hotel Limited that was incorporated in 1998 and dissolved in February 2020, around the time Gordon Bowden appears to have died. And I've been told he was murdered. And it is a criminal company, having been incorporated with the same companies as Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited. Jordan Company Secretaries Limited and Tim's Legal Services Limited are shown in the people record, with Tim's being the surname of my brother-in-law, whose family link immediately to Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited, to Elon Musk, Jimmy Savile, as I've mentioned, the main Freemason company, and many important areas of the fraud. A separate search of Tim's Legal Services Limited shows that it was incorporated in 1989, the same year as the World Wide Web was created for CERN, and it dissolved in August 2011, 6 months after the Christchurch earthquake and 4 months before Jimmy Savile's supposed death. The internet search for Marcello Marshall de Sequeira also suggests he had been an immigration consultant. Remember, this is on one of Elon Musk's companies. Suggests he had been an immigration consultant and an ethical hacker connected to cybersecurity companies, and has connections to France and South America, with connected companies' house records appearing to link with Brazil. I had taken screenshots of this information that now appears to possibly have been removed since the documents had been published. And you can see, I don't know how well you're able to see that. There's an image of Marcello Sequeira. This is the LinkedIn. And you can see, I don't know if you've able to read that on there. He says he was cybersecurity. It's back to front for me, but cybersecurity. And then I've got all of this screenshotted and saved in a document anyway. The information suggested Marcello Sequeira had studied at Solent University from 2024 and appears to be continuing to do so until 2028. Research of Solent University shows that it is based in Southampton, in Hampshire, the same county where Deborah Fleming was the chief executive and initiated my removal from Exmoor Manor after I refused to file forged bank documents. It had started to be founded in 1856. This is the Solent University, the same year that German company Lengerschleit was incorporated and appeared to have taken over world information of control of information linking to the Maxwells. And 1856 is the same year that the Baphomet started to be used by the Church of Satan, and the Baphomet is the symbol that was in the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, an inverted image of the Baphomet, and that also links to Germany and Christianity, to which the Flemings are associated. Referring back to the Intelligence Artificial Limited, this is actually also important, is 1956 is when, that's also important in the document. I can't search it because it's on that device, but 1956, it's the Baphomet started to be used. Oh yeah. So Prince Charles's uncle Louis Mountbatten was the held a position on the Isle of Wight, quite a significant position. He was then supposedly killed by the IRA in the bomb blast on his boat. I suspect that wasn't the case at all. So that then makes that important connection to the Isle of Wight and King Charles. And remember, the Isle of Wight is very important for the reasons we've already spoken about in all of this. So we have this 1856 connection now to Elon Musk via this person who links to a world religious organization. But they've tried to remove that information from LinkedIn, but I've screenshotted it. Referring back to Intelligence Artificial Limited, Marcello Marshall de Sequeira is shown in the People record and connects the company to 14, including Jesus Copyright Limited, which suggests a duplication of Jesus somehow. That was incorporated in November 2022. As I escalated my inquiries at Export Manor, and it dissolved in April 2024 as the exposure continued. So remember, this is linked immediately to Elon Musk. We now have Jesus Copyright Limited. World Spiritual Responsibility Organization Limited, that had been shown on the incorporation document for Intelligence Artificial Limited, was incorporated in 2021 and is shown as being in the process of being struck from the register. The address of Kemp House, 160 City Road, London, is shown on page 3 of its incorporation document. This features almost immediately in the research of Madeleine McCann and the World Trade Center disaster. Evidence is being collated regarding Doge, D-O-G-E, possibly meaning e-god backwards, which refers to the satanic artificial intelligence element of things, and it's linked to the forgery through Companies House. Nigel Farage is also linked to the through to the satanic side of things and trying to implement Doge in the UK, with Donald Trump edging away from it as they likely know it will be being exposed. This was a few weeks ago I wrote this, or maybe 5 weeks ago. Evidence is being collated regarding Doge, which is e-god backwards, and which possibly refers to the artificial intelligence side of things, and it's linked to the forgery through Companies House, as I've said. Research surrounding Elon Musk's mother, May Musk, with an alias name of Alderman, suggests she is part of the cult and practices dark arts, as does the special advisor for the last few prime ministers, Douglas Smith. Recent contact with someone claiming to be of a high-level occultist supports that May Musk is part of the black cube of Satan, or cube of Saturn, as mentioned earlier. Initial Companies House research surrounding May, his mum, suggests she may be linked to the Tavistock Institute, a mind control organization established in 1947, the same year as the Doomsday Clock was created. And the Tavistock Institute was then incorporated into the NHS, where Deborah Fleming was the CEO. Okay, I've done lots of talking. I think we're going to leave it at that for tonight. I haven't covered the Las Vegas shooting, but I'll try and do that in the next couple of days. I'll put an advertisement on my TikTok, which is Gary, the Truth Sets Us Free. They've just removed my main account where I had 25,000 followers, which is still not enough. But my one that I've got at the moment is slowly building, but I think they're suppressing it. It's Gary, the Truth Sets Us Free. I'll put something on there to inform when I'm going to be doing another live. And what was I going to say? Please email me, Gary, Truth Sets Us Free at gmail.com. That's Gary with one, Truth Sets Us Free at gmail.com. And then I can get you this document, which has absolutely everything in it, and you should be able to search for it. It's going to be a massive document, probably 1,000 pages almost, but you'll be able to search Donald Trump, and you'll be able to click on the links and verify it, unless they've removed some of them. Now, the National Crime Agency did remove 11,500 companies suddenly like that, as I was continuing to expose stuff a month, I think in July, actually, they did that, which is a key month when a lot of big things happen, including the currency producer being purchased by, as I said, Atlas Holdings. It's also important because that's when they claimed, as a deception, of course, it's all going to be the things they're telling us on the news and the social media. They discovered the what's it called, Three-Eye Atlas Comet. That was also July. Anyway, thanks very much. Please email me. Please keep in touch. Please keep an eye out for my lives. I will actually just check. If you've got any questions, put the questions on there now. All right. Any major questions you think need to be answered, put them on there now. I'm going to the next comment. I should do that, really. Put the questions on there now, please, and I'll answer them whilst we're here. Thanks very much. Sure, we'll keep safe. I'll try my best. Hopefully, I can keep going with this. If anyone's got any questions, please put them there. Get a Proton email. I've got Proton. I have got Proton. It's all infiltrated. It's all corrupted, I'm afraid. Proton, actually, I've checked. It goes straight to the fraud anyway. Please look into Jake and Dino's Chapman. Okay, let me screenshot that. I've done research of Cappy. What's his first name? I've done some research of Cappy, who supposedly died in 2019, and I've also, on the back of that, done research of Tom Hanks, which is very, very interesting indeed. Tom Hanks, the movie star, because Cappy was trying to claim that Tom Hanks was involved in crimes against children and then supposedly died in mysterious circumstances in 2019. So very, very interesting what I'm finding out about that. Any other questions? Thank you very much for your comments. Really appreciate it. Do I believe in clones? I've done a little bit of research around clones, as in the companies that were involved in Dollar Sheep, and that it links to the fraud, links to the same companies. Now, does that mean they've actually created human clones? Don't know. We can't discount it, can we? We can't discount it if I'm starting to find it connecting in, linking in with everything else. Now, Dolly the sheep, she was born or created or whatever before the World Trade Center disaster and died after the World Trade Center disaster. Not as in literally the same days, but the timings are interesting. Before you know it, the silver Kirker be busting out on his cloud. Please use only Proton Mail for your own safety. Well, it's all compromised anyway. What I'm finding is people are telling me to use just specific things. Now, for example, Telegram, I'm being told, Gary, please just put all your stuff on Telegram. Telegram goes straight to the main company in the fraud. And I actually believe it was set up specifically for them to monitor people. This is why someone who are Donald Trump supporters were trying to get me to use Telegram. I'd never heard of it. They were trying to get me to use it. Tom Hanks and shoe trees. And the one GVC got all of compromised the same. What about this TikTok? The same. Yep, TikTok's all part of the fraud. All of it is compromised. Every single social media platform, it's all compromised by the fraud. I actually think they're using this as a countdown to the conclusion on all of this. TikTok. It was actually founded in 2016, the same year that the Pizzagate scandal became exposed and when they had a ritual at CERN. So I think TikTok is being used as a countdown to whatever we're going to see at the conclusion of this. We need a GoFundMe page. No, I'm okay. I don't need any money. Thank you. I don't need a GoFundMe page. Thank you very much, though. Not at the moment. I'm fine. The clones are real. Mama VX Mafia here on... Someone's put clones are real. Donald Marshall talks about the cloning labs. Should we all file mass lawsuits and charges for crimes against humanity? Indigenous fraud, human. Absolutely. You should all be submitting police reports on a daily basis to overwhelm them. Not the emergency number. You need to be reporting this and sending me the reports on an email when you've done them, because you get a PDF when you've done an online report. You can redact it if you don't want to put your personal details on there. Just, we need to collate people doing more on this. No one's doing anything. For all I know at the moment, you're all involved in this, because I'm not actually getting many people doing anything. I hope that's not the case. Thanks, Laney. Pills. Holding will chin out. My second brother was a clone. Think of all the restricted no-fly zones for a reason. I'm going to go online tomorrow and do that. Brilliant. Thank you. Yeah, you can just go on most UK police forces. You can just go online. You put in your details. You put what you report in. And, you can mention my name. I have no problem with you mention my name, that you verified some of the evidence. It's important. You don't trust me, because it's very difficult to know who to trust. You can, but obviously I'm going to say that even if I was involved, aren't I? So that's why the document I'm doing is so important. That is why this document changes everything, because it proves that everything I'm saying is true. Everything. Can I do anything this side? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've got your own registration system, but I've found connections to France, which means you could be doing the same thing. You could be doing the same thing. There's, if you've got my document, you can see the connections to France. So you could be doing police reports in France and recording them and collating them. It just applies that pressure. Really, they all need to be arrested. That's what really needs to happen. We need we need a few people initially to start making citizens arrests. You don't have to hold on to anybody. You just need to use the words and publicize the words. As soon as people start doing that, then I think it will change everything. Now, the difficulty of me doing it is because I deliberately didn't go to court, because there was evidence suggesting they were going to unalive me, there's possibly an arrest warrant for me. So if I go there, call the police, try and arrest somebody, call the police, then there's a chance they're just going to cart me off, and then I'm gone. And I might not ever get back again to be able to carry on what I'm doing. So that's why I'm not doing it. Otherwise, I can tell you now, I will be making arrests. I will absolutely be arresting key solicitors, solicitors, financial advisors, accountants, and the Freemasons all need to be arrested really initially. And then we can go from there afterwards. But I think once you get 2 or 3 publicized arrests, I think you'll notice massive changes one way or another, good or bad, I don't know, but it will, I think, compel a change in the system once you see arrests taking place regarding this. Is the legal migration any link to all of this? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the immigration agenda deception is all 100% part of this. You've only got to look at the Albert Pike letter. It talks about creating a system of disillusion, of confusion, of almost to bring about the light of Lucifer through that chaos. And it talks about utilizing faith groups in that. 100%. They've infiltrated all of the faith groups. So you'll have people within the Muslim faith that are part of the deception that on this big side of things that we're talking about here. You will have people in the Christian movement, Jewish. This isn't about skin color or a belief or faith. They want you to believe that it is, and they want you to fear a skin color or a faith because it distracts from them, doesn't it? It distracts from the system. So, we really need to understand that it's a case of utilizing skin color as a way of divide and conquer, when really the real issue are those running our system that really need to be removed from having any influence any further on humanity or creation, and a new system implemented where literally transparency and truth is the foundation, which could easily be done through the technology now, ensuring that there isn't a motive financially or through sex or for drugs to continue with the crimes against humanity and the criminal network. Did you hear Trump say in an interview that we will not have another Christmas? Yeah, I've seen it on social media. we've got to remember that I haven't seen it on mainstream news. Maybe it is. If it is, then he very likely said that. If it isn't, then I would be a little bit skeptical about whether he said it, because I'm finding there's a lot of AI, there's a lot of he said this, she said that, and it's very, a lot of the time it might not be true. But I think if it's on mainstream, then them saying that is very likely going to be true. It doesn't mean it's not part of a deception and that there's not another reason behind them saying it, but then it means that they're pretty much confirming they've said it. Now, if he did say that, I believe Christmas is a deception. So it doesn't necessarily mean the end of the world. It could mean we're just not going to have another Christmas because it's going to be proven that it was all a lie. Now, I'm not saying the birth of Christ is a lie. I'm saying the whole story around, particularly around the dates, I believe is a lie. And I believe that they've literally knowingly deceived you through that misinformation. I've done quite a lot of evidence in relation to Saturnalia, which is the, again, interestingly, a company called Saturnalia Limited links almost immediately to Muhammad al-Fayed. So there's got to be some real relevance in that. And that was a Roman celebration leading up to Christmas Day, where they were celebrating the god of Saturn. And it actually links in with Greek mythology, and very likely links in with the Saturn cube, which, if that Saturnalia, Saturn cube, is really an origin of their faith or their belief in all of this, then that almost certainly means they've infiltrated the three main Abrahamic faiths that are very likely a deception against humanity. Now, again, that doesn't mean that the birth of Christ isn't real, but the story surrounding Christ is quite possibly fake, even potentially the crucifixion, and that potentially the bloodline of Jesus is still here on earth today, and that he was never actually ended that bloodline, and therefore everything around Christianity is a deception if Christ is somehow still alive on earth, or has somehow been I don't know, brought back somehow on earth. I don't know, but yeah, in answer to your question, it's definitely part of it. Yeah, it's definitely part of it. And sorry, I'm getting a bit tired. I did see that in answer to your question. There are a whistleblower who worked at border and lost track of children. Who worked for border and lost track of children, or how several kids going to the same house. This SHIT is out in the open. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to be able to turn around and say, look, all of the crimes that's happening against children is not really happening, and that it's some sort of test and deception. But I mean, the evidence is overwhelming about the children in all of this. So you know, we've got to presume it's real at the moment until we know otherwise. And certainly, I've spoken to people who claim to have been sexually abused. So we know you've got these sex crimes, and I can tell you now that this system that we're paying into deliberately facilitates the crimes against children. Because with the crimes against children, sex crimes, you have money involved in that. And I'll give you an example. So pornography involving children. People will pay money to watch those children be abused, all right, and to decide how those children are abused, and even to decide how those children end up being tortured and unalived. And people will be paying vast amounts of money for that. It is directly being facilitated by the company's house fraud, because what they're able to do is steal the money from the masses to pay for that. Okay, so it gets filtered back through into the offshore accounts. So effectively, it means that our money going into the tax system and other financial institutions is paying, very likely, according to all of my research, the skinning of children alive in this, and very serious things happening to these poor children. Now, if that isn't enough for you to stand up and do something and be willing to, if necessary, be live in a tent in the snow, okay, and put your life on the line, then I don't know what is. All police are policy enforcers working for corporations and down in Bradstreet. Yeah, at the moment, I'm sorry to say, I'm thinking that pretty much every police officer is involved in this. That's what it's looking like. My former colleagues blocking me, turning against me, saying I need to see a doctor. Well, they're obviously compromised by this. Now, if that's those that I was friends with, and none of these police, no, why are no veterans doing anything? Why are veterans not going out and arresting now these people? Why aren't ex-police doing more? Why am I the only police officer that appears to be exposed in this? Now, that points to me being somebody potentially significant and them being involved in some mass, the police having been set up specifically around this criminal network. Now, I struggle to believe I'm the only innocent copper in all of this, or former cop, but it's looking like that. It's looking like that at the moment. At the moment, I have to treat every police officer as a suspect in this. I have to, because nobody's doing the right thing. I've just had an email from the police again. They've ignored all of my evidence, and they're now trying to say there's a non-molestation order which has been renewed in relation to my wife. I'm not even supposed to talk about it, but I don't care, because they're not even responding to 40 reference police reports. 40 reference police reports have gone ignored, around 40, with irrefutable evidence of international government fraud facilitating the crimes against children. You've already been highlighting my username. Thank you, because I see your replies quicker. Oh, you haven't talked, sorry. Somebody else. Coca-Cola, Christ was April. Yeah, I've heard Christ's birth may have actually been in April. Yeah, I have heard that. Well, that would make sense, wouldn't it? With new life and what have you in the spring. It would make sense. I do think everything's been inverted. This is why I don't celebrate birthdays. I don't celebrate Christmas or anything like that now, because I just think it's all an evil mockery, an inverted mockery against us all. I think every day should be a celebration of life. Every day we should be grateful for what we have. And I don't believe in materialism, buying people's love. I believe you buy love through experience, through that emotional connection, not what they've led us to believe, the materialistic purchase of items to buy love, teaching children to believe that is what they need to be happy. Teaching children to lie through Christmas, with us lying to them for years. I haven't got children, but many children lie to their children for years, saying there's Father Christmas bringing them the presents when they know full well it's them, and then they tell their children not to lie to them, and then they tell their children they've been lying to them for years. It's just a complete and utter mind mess, isn't it, really, for those poor children, setting up the materialistic world, which is against creation. It's all really, really evil, it seems. The best story ever written about it. There were guillotines on a truck also. Saw that years ago. Gary, thank you for being you and sharing this very important information. Your courage is appreciated. Thank you very much. Your comments are really, really, really appreciated. I'm very grateful. Thank you so much. Did you see about that, please? Sorry, I'm reading your conversations, aren't I? CYM Corporation exposed on someone's flash drive in Germany. Yeah, I've researched CYM and linked into everything. It actually links in to Exborn Manor and all of the same companies I'm talking about. And then there was a big fire that happened when I released a police report that I'd submitted. I publicised a police report. Big fire happened within, I think it was close to 24 hours later in Hampshire. But I'll say 48. It was definitely within 48 hours. Massive fire blocking the motorway or dual carriageway. Researched the company where the fire was. It links to David Icke and the intelligence agencies and loads of what appears to be drug-related companies. Back into everything else I've been exposing. I did a second police report, publicised that police report about that fire, submitted it obviously to the police, publicised it, and they then removed my whole YouTube channel that exact same day. I've had absolutely no response from the police to those two police reports. So I'm very sorry to say, but at the moment it seems as though all the police are involved in this, all the military. Now, I hope they prove me wrong. And the only way they can prove me wrong is in the start talking out publicly about this. Otherwise, I'm sorry, they're all involved. And that means I'm the only one that's not, which then tells you I'm going to be somebody quite important in all of this. That'll be that confirmation. At the moment, I would, if I could, I would literally arrest every single police officer, just to secure humanity's safety and get them out of any influence. All politicians, all MPs, all councillors, all government organisations, heads of government organisations, and implement a new system and new people just to ensure that we are heading in the right direction with this. At the moment, I'm sorry to say, I'm thinking all police are involved and all military. Prove me wrong, guys. Prove me wrong. It's time you do something. I can't do this all alone. But you can see now it's all be. Gary, do you think there will be an EBS at some point? I certainly electronic broadcast service, emergency broadcast service. I certainly think they want us to think that. So yes, I think it's possible. I actually had one sent to my phone, so I know that it is possible. This was when I was driving with my wife months ago. Little did I, at that time, I didn't realise the implications of my wife's involvement in the and her family. Driving along, my wife was driving, I was in the seat, suddenly my phone starts speaking. And I had no apps open or anything, and it was saying, this is an emergency broadcast, you need to prepare for 10 days of having food, water, etc. And then it said it will show 8 hours. I think it said it showed 8 hours of videos of what's really been going on and people being executed in relation to it. So I think this was done to my device deliberately so it would get me to trust in Donald Trump, because there was all this talk about Donald Trump at this point and the military taking part in executions of these people in the background, and then it would all be publicised. No, that was all part of their ploy, I believe, to make us believe it was all dealt with. This won't be dealt with until there is a transparent system in place and other measures that I am proposing. It is the only way on a transitional basis that I can see in all of this. I cannot see any other way to suitably resolve this moving forward. Now, I checked and nobody else had that broadcast come to their phone. So that was sent to me deliberately, which explains my wife was not even surprised. She was sat there, not even surprised about this coming through on my phone. And I kept looking at her thinking, why aren't you like blown away by this coming through on my device? Have you seen JOC interview about Maddie, poor soul? No, I haven't actually. No, I haven't. Yeah, I just want the money side of things. I mentioned the other day about compensation for what I've been through. But to be honest with you, financial compensation is not the way forward in this, okay? You will all be owed hundreds of thousands, if not millions, in compensation for because of this. However, if everybody received that compensation, could you imagine the problems that would cause? Okay, because then you'd have people buying so many different things, because there's far more innocence in all of this. So that means the world will be in a seriously dangerous position environmentally, because you would have people going and buying, big properties, cars, whatever. So that is not the answer in all of this. So although I mentioned compensation, I actually know that's not the way forward. The way forward and the resolution is ensuring there is a system so that future generations never go through what they have, and this never ever happens again. And we will practically be able to bring heaven on earth through the exposure of this evidence. It empowers humanity now. and it's the key. It's quite literally the key, and I'm absolutely certain that it is the key to actually bring heaven on earth. There's actually talk of somebody even said, Gary, is your evidence the key? Is it the key of David, something like that in the Bible? I don't know. It could be. I actually believe it has the potential to bring heaven on earth through the empowerment and the exposure. But we'll see. Anyway, I'm going to go now. I know we could be here all night, I'm sure. But thank you so much. Do I have children? No, I don't have children. Never had them. One of the reasons I never had them, and I actually made a choice of not having them, is I may still have children at some point. I don't know, but I made a choice because I believed that there was already too many problems on the earth, and there was potentially too many people. This was before I knew what I know now, and I also loved my life, and I didn't want anything to change loving life and being able to be free and have that freedom. So no, I've never had children, in answer to your question. Never had children. Yeah, 1st of April is New Year's Day. Yeah, April Fools. Yeah, that's a lot of people have suggested, and it wouldn't surprise me. This is why they call us fools, April Fools. This is really the first day of your year, and we are mocking you with it, and you don't even know. This is the sort of thing we're dealing with, people. That's why, it's why they call it April Fools. It all makes sense, doesn't it, now? When you put all of this evidence together, the mockery, the inversion, the company's house has just exposed everything. It exposes the whole thing. It really does. Oh, thank you very much for your comment. Q6, is it? Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you to say that. Appreciate it. It means a lot. Voice is cutting out. How coincidental. Oh, was it? You highlighted my username. Well done, and thank you. Guillotine rhymes. I don't know if that means you don't want me to mention your username. Sorry if I'm exposing you. You didn't want to. I don't mean to. Trump, Bar, Room, Mary, and human and organ trafficking. Guillotine rhymes with Trump, Baal, Room, Mary, Ant, Human, and organ trafficking. Rhymes? Links with. You probably mean links with, doesn't it? I presume, or connects to. But it's the police that I think they are. But it's the police that I think they have kicked me in the teeth and more and less, saying there's nothing to see here. Do you think we're in the year 1728? The Vatican changed the J. I'm struggling to read this to A1, which added 1,000 years. The two faces. Oh, I don't know actually. We're very likely not in the year they tell us. I'm going to screenshot that because that's. My phone has gone so slow. I had a message popping up that TikTok's doing something to my phone. I couldn't upload videos very well at all. It's all an illusion out there. I heard CYM involved in getting rid of the bodies in the concrete, among other things. Gary, you are not alone. Thank you, June. I appreciate it. I obviously, it's challenging for me, but I'm all right. I can't meet with anyone. I just can't because the risk's too high. As much as I would love to, I'd love to have a dog with me. I miss my Rosie. That's been very, very hard for me. When they took Rosie, they knew that would be hard for me. But it is what it is. Wish you still had your camper, Gary. Really do. Yeah, so do I. Yeah, it was much more comfortable for me in the camper van, that's for sure. Somebody suggested I buy another one, but the thing is, I'm not going to pay for the insurance again till I know this is resolved. And I can't take the risk of having another vehicle taken from me. But yeah, it would be nice if I still. I don't how much colder it's going to get, but I'll survive. Gary, also Fiona Barnett. She is an Australian whistleblower. She has a lot of info of children kept in cages on Australian army barracks. Yeah, I'm sorry to say, if you're in the military here, you need to really start doing something, because at the moment, I'm thinking you're all involved. That's what it's looking like. And in that case, you're the problem as well. EMF frequencies in the 60 range or higher will invoke physical symptoms. Talking about the EBS. Yeah, I've done, what's the really interesting research? I'll just mention it very quickly. So what's it called? Not pulse. It's gone out of my mind. Scientific technology. Not pulse. Someone will know. Someone's heard of you heard of the scientist that died in December? Died a few days ago in Minnesota, I believe. Was it Minnesota? Well, I've done some research around him, and his death is linking into all of this. He was not magma, plasma. He was a plasma scientist that was murdered. He's been shot, according to unless it's part of the deception. But that murder, if it is a real murder, is definitely linking in with everything that I'm exposing. I've started doing some research around it. What made me say that? I can't remember. Anyway, because obviously, that's right. And when I researched his name, and it went to a company called Aducan. Now, I knew what Aducan very likely meant because when I was a kid, one of my favourite games was Street Fighter 2. And it's a move from Street Fighter, the most famous move, where they fire a ball of its actual spirit energy from their hand. And that Aducan company was named after that move that linked his name. Now, he was a plasma scientist, which suggests energy. And you've got an Aducan company linking to a plasma energy or spirit energy coming from someone's hand in a video game when I was a kid, my favourite game. So, and that's linking with the fraud as well. So is that a symbology, that symbol they hoped I would find, setting that up with my favourite game? Interesting. So, I still need to do a little bit more research around that, but he was supposedly shot multiple times at his home address in the middle of December. And I think he lives in Minnesota area, I believe. And it's quite mind-blowing what I'm finding through the research of that already. So that's going in my document as well, so you'll be able to see that. How do I keep warm? It's freezing. Yeah, it's not easy, but I've got no form of heating at all because I'm trying to keep incognito. So I've got 2 sleeping bags. I bought a new jacket the other day, which was second-hand from a charity shop, even though unfortunately charities are all involved in this, but I'd rather not contribute if I can help it, and it's obviously saved me money. And I'm just in my sleeping bags all the time. I'm in my tent because I just can't. My hands are going numb otherwise. So I'm okay. I can deal with this, but it's difficult for me to do my research in the tent because my hands are going numb where it's so cold. But I'm okay. I'm managing. Once I'm in the sleeping bag, then I seem to be okay at the moment. So, and then obviously when I'm out and about, I'm moving around, so I can cope with that side of things. Yeah, don't know how much longer, whether I'm going to be in a tent for years. I don't know how long this is going to go on for. How do you heat the tent? Well, once I don't have a heat, like I just said, I don't have any heat. So after a while, my body heat sort of heats it up. But you can see here where the inner bit is touching the outer bit. It shouldn't be, but the design of this tent isn't very good. So literally, that's now ice, a bit icy. But fortunately, there's no water coming in or anything like that. Keep safe, Gary. God is watching over you. Yeah, I 100% believe I'm definitely being guided by the Creator in all of this. Keep telling us the truth. Thank you. Yeah, please keep sharing the document. There's a lot of spelling mistakes, but there's loads more evidence in this particular update in the document. Loads more evidence I've added to it, which is why I haven't sent one out for a while, because I'm just adding so much. And I'm doing that whilst I'm still alive, just in case they get rid of me. And depending on what I'm going to be doing next, I don't know what's going to be happening. So, on what I do next. So this document is going to have critical evidence in it. And what I've done, I'm trying to think of a better way of putting the headings somehow better at the beginning, so that you can see what is within there without having to, so it sort of draws people in just from the headings or just from the subjects. Because it is a big document. So it's so big that it's obviously very slow now as I'm adding to it. It's slowing down as well. I suppose I'm adding the images of people's faces within that document doesn't help. But I think this is important to make them realise they're being fully exposed. Because when you expose their faces, that's different, isn't it? Even if they're using alias names, that makes it more difficult for them to get away with this, if I can put their faces in there. So that's why I'm trying to expose them. And that's not an easy thing to do, to put you've been led to believe is your mum's face in a document about crimes against children. It's not easy. But I know it's the right thing to do, because you have to be willing to expose anyone when the most innocent of all the children are suffering. What about a hotel? Well, you're talking major finances then, and you're talking records being kept, and you're talking an easy way of me being tracked. So I've got to just stay as incognito as I can, as long as I can, and just keep doing what I'm doing as long as I can. They took my dog. Yeah, so I suspect they killed my dog. Now, if anyone that's got my dog on here really has got Rosie, and she's still alive, I urge you to please get a video to me showing that she's safe and well. All right. I suspect that you've been part of her murder otherwise. And it is, to me, it's murder, killing a dog. It's been very hard not having Rosie. I miss her very much. But you can't trust anyone, Gary, but I would allow you to stay at mine. Thank you so much. No, I really appreciate it. Many people have said the same. Many people have offered to buy me a motorhome, have offered to give me money. I don't need any of that. I need anything other than humanity to do the right thing and start following a strategy to get themselves and the children out of this, and to try and bring heaven on earth through that. I can't do that alone. I've seen you on other channels, and you've always been... somebody else. Would I leave the UK? I need to be in the UK for strategic purposes. I'd love to be outside of the UK, but strategically and practically it doesn't make sense, and financially, and they'd just pick me up at the border if there's a warrant out for my arrest, and then just arrest me at the border anyway. I wish you could keep me safe. Thank you. Please don't worry about me. I'm honestly okay. Honestly, things could be far, far worse for me. You do not need to worry about me. What you need to worry about is if this isn't resolved. So you need to put your worry into doing something about it. Yeah, Ryu, that was it. Ryu and Ken, they were the ones that the shot the fireball. It's actually, I didn't realise until I researched it. Apparently, it's spirit energy, which is very likely going to be relevant because this is all linking in with spirituality. So that, it was like a fireball that came out of their hands in this game, Street Fighter, and that links. And when they did it, they shouted Hadouken or something like that. Hadouken. Well, this company name is it's one letter short, and when you look at the research, they named the company after it, and that comes in from this scientist, the research of this plasma scientist who's just been shot. So that in itself it's as if they've done that deliberately for me to identify it. Maybe nobody was murdered, and they needed to draw my attention in to find that, to make me realise something about me and who I am in all of this. I don't know. But the fact was that was my favourite game as well. So, a lot of what they're giving me, or what I'm finding, although some of it's very difficult to come by, it's a complex trail of evidence. Some of it is like, have they done that deliberately? Have they? So they've done. Why would they do that? Because they know I'm going to be exposing it. There is a big element of that now in all of this. David Icke thinks I'm a nutter. Well, he would do, wouldn't he? Everything I'm saying is proven in the document. Why wouldn't he interview if that's the case? David Icke is linked to loads of drug trafficking companies all around him. You've got hydroponics companies, you've got Paranoid UK, you've got Opium UK Limited, and he's linked straight there. You've got the intelligence company, Hackler International Advisory Board, right there, near his name, in the research. I don't think Gary is bothered. Yeah, I'm absolutely not bothered at all about what anyone thinks about me, because I know I've got the proof and the evidence of everything. And I've even had to consider, well, have they set that? And I'm the only one seeing that evidence. So unless you're all compromised and all part of it, many, many people have told me they're verifying the evidence. So that can't be the case, which means it's all true. Have you access to showering, etc.? I'm able to wash, etc. Yeah, it's not ideal, but it's I'm managing to do it. You'll be protected. Thank you. So you're not planning on a house? I can't make any plans for my own life at the moment. I can't. I've just got to keep going as long as I can, staying off grid as long as I can, try and think about different strategies moving forward. I have absolutely no idea where my personal life is heading in all of this. I have absolutely no idea. But I can't worry about that when I've got sitting on evidence of the crimes against humanity and creation and children. You endure all this to expose the truth. Thank you from the bottom. Thank you. I really appreciate your comment. You don't need to thank me. It's literally the only right thing to do. I don't see any other option. Hope the snow doesn't build up on it. Yeah, well, it seems to be rolling off of it anyway, and it's quite strong, intense, so I'm keeping an eye on it. I think it'll be all right. Why isn't Candice talking about Charlie Kirk Limited, etc.? Does she know? Well, exactly, because she's linked into the international government fraud. I don't know if you was here earlier, but we went through the evidence at the beginning. Massively linked into it. And her husband, George Farmer, his father it's just obvious. So she's not going to be talking about it. None of them are, because that is their little secret that they're all involved in. This is their Freemason secret. Gary, tea lights under ceramic clay pots may help. Yes, that's a good idea. Thank you. I think I got the prototype to Nazi flying golf. No jokes. Do you know anyone who can help? Nazi flying golf. There are people on the street freezing. Meanwhile, you know who are tucked up warm. Yeah, exactly. Make some makeshift heaters with candles. This is pre-recorded. Unbelievable what some of the people have been saying. Some people are suggesting that now these are people that are implicated in the fraud, and actually are linking in with my connections to my families. They're trying to say that I'm artificial intelligence and I'm not even real. I just said, well, even if that was the case, which it's not, as far as I'm aware anyway, I'm giving humanity the evidence to empower them and a solution out of this criminal network. So thank you, but I really appreciate your comment. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. You're right. It's the most important exposure ever. It is. The document is probably the most important. I would say it's got to be the most important evidential document on the planet. And this isn't, this isn't about me. This is about the evidence. This is about this being the key to changing everything for the right way. Hi, Vanessa. Sorry, I haven't just seen your comment. There's some videos on here about making your own camp heaters. I'm okay. I will get through, honestly. Let's focus on the fraud, on the children, on how we resolve this. Please do not worry about me. I'm okay. And at the moment, I've got money. They're trying to steal. It looks like they're going to try and steal my assets. All right. Now, if that happens, I don't know what I'm going to do. But I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. I've got an income at the moment. We have to realise we have NPCs all around us, friends, family, etc. Who is they, Gary? That is sounding grim. Okay, well, you've definitely got members linking to the Vatican. People, I believe they're people linking with the Vatican that are trying to bring about some sort of falsified prophecies in all of this. So, but, even if they believe they're acting on behalf of the Creator, what they've got is a criminal system in place that goes against the Creator. An inversion of moral conscience. So even if they believe, like I've said this a few times previously, they may believe that actually they've got to bring about some sort of spiritual conclusion, i.e. in the Albert Pike letter, to bring about the light of Lucifer. Well, you can't do that by going against the Creator. It's a complete inverted, way of doing things. Gary, would you leave the UK? Practically it wouldn't make sense, and strategically with what I may need to do moving forward. So they will take a guide dog from a blind man. I gave him disgusting, hurting your sweet precious Rosie. I'm truly sorry. Yeah, well, I don't know that for sure, but I haven't seen any videos. Any of you, if you've got involved in this, my wife, I urge you to send me a video. You can do it on email. All you need to do is confirm that you're not part of this criminal system and what you're trying to do to me. This is my wife I'm referring to. But please just send a picture or not even know. It needs to be a video so I know she's alive, of Rosie. It's just pure evil, these people. But it does make a lot of sense with, now there's certain disclosures I may be making around my wife soon, on the back of an email that has been sent to me by the police. They've ignored all of my evidence. Now there's a couple of emails I need to send to this person, and then that will determine what I'm going to be doing moving forward in relation to the evidence surrounding my wife. Thank you for your sending protection to me. I really appreciate it. Been trying to expose the cult for 40 years. Yeah. Many people have been trying to expose all of this, and now you've got overwhelming evidence proving everything. That's my role at the moment, is to literally get the evidence, give it to humanity, and hopefully give a strategy that people will follow. Nobody seems to be doing that at the moment. I can hope that one day it does. Thank you for your comments. Really appreciate it. Tekken. Yeah, Tekken was another game. I used to love Tekken as well. Picture or description of Rosie and area shelters to look for her. Yeah, no, she won't be. She's either, they're going to either have killed her because they may not have thought I was going to get out of prison. And any of you who've seen my videos my time in prison. I think I'm lucky. It appears as though I'm lucky to even get out. So they've either killed her or someone has collected her as a way of punishing me or trying to get me to break me. Well, it hasn't worked. And if anything, it's actually made me stronger. Maybe they knew that. Maybe they knew it would make me stronger. It also assisted them in getting me out of Scotland, because it would have been harder for me to get out of Scotland within 48 hours and get to this bail address in Devon that they set me up for to potentially unalive me. If I'd had Rosie with me, it would have made it more difficult. So they may have tried to ensure that I got out of Scotland by taking Rosie as well. But it would not surprise me if they killed her. That's what, because when I spoke to the lady at the kennels on the day I was released from prison, she sounded very uneasy on the phone. Very uneasy. Gary, would you do invites when you go live? What, get people to come up here on live, do you mean? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think it's more difficult on here. I was doing it on TikTok, but at the moment, because I've got a new TikTok account, I need to verify my identity before I can actually before I can do a live. So I don't know I'm thinking whether to do it at the moment. I want to wait for the numbers to build up a little bit. I'm on 2,000 and something people at the moment on my TikTok. What's your real name? Oh, that's something else. Company sales register proves everything. Yeah, it does. It does prove everything. What about Brian Harvey? It's a shame you couldn't get speaking to him. I did speak to him for about an hour and a half, and then he refused to speak to me. So I suspect he was warned off of giving me any further information. His band, E17, is linked to the international government fraud. Is he innocent? Don't know. Does he know more than he's letting on? Yeah, I believe so. Does he need to speak to me really to do the right thing? Yeah, he does. He needs to speak to me. From him, I got absolutely critical information that led to a lot of other stuff. Still listening, but cooking for family, so can't leave message now. I'm listening until you go off. God bless you. Oh, thank you. My name is Montgomery. Wow, that's a name you don't hear very often. Nice name. I suspect it might be a PC if you get time. Yeah, I'm probably going to head off now anyway. I need some food, and I'm going to try and get some sleep. So thanks very much. Really appreciate you all coming on. Please email me, GaryTheTruthSetsUsFree@gmail.com. I am going to be sending out the document. I'm not too sure when. I just want to add a bit more, and I just keep finding more stuff. But we'll try and send it out soon, and that will take a lot of pressure off me. Once that's out, you see, I can then decide on what my next step's going to be. And I'm also going to be sending the document to Keir Starmer's office, the Home Secretary, other MPs, the police organisations, and anyone else I can think of, so I know they've got it, and then I will publicise that email showing they've got the document as well. Then that is a really good way of applying pressure. You see, because people can see you've got the emails on there saying, "Well, Gary sent them." The document, they're still not doing anything. They're ignoring him. The last one I sent, I've had absolutely no response from any MPs. That was 3 weeks ago. The only response I had was from the Independent Office for Police Conduct, and they told me to stop contacting them, or they're gonna block me. Unbelievable. What's my motive? My motive is a new system of truth to prevent any further suffering to humanity again. That is my motive, and I'm willing to sacrifice everything for that. We must have a reset to truth, a reset to transparency, with a system where this can never, ever happen again. And by doing that, they're all going to be exposed, unfortunately, but there is no other way around this. It's the only way. Gary, I thought about you over Christmas. I was upset. Thank you. You don't need to be upset about me. Honestly, it's very kind. Please do not feel upset for me. Feel upset for the children that may have suffered as a result of this, and be upset about what may happen if we don't resolve this. I'm fine. I'm fine. Can you please say hi? Hi, Darcy. Can you please say hi, Darcy? Gary, I can't help but think you need some money. No, I don't need money. I'm okay. Problem is, not enough people know of all the corruption. Your soon-to-be ex-wife could have her. Well, I need to see a video. Whoever that is, Hayley Burrell, I'm presuming you may know something. I need to see a video that Rosie's okay. What did I go to prison for? I refused to give my name during a traffic stop, which triggered my arrest. And I did that deliberately to try and get my evidence into the legal process. They then had me in investigation. It was going to bail me in relation to traffic offences, okay, for not complying to the criminal system, because you can't, because it's paying for the crimes against children. Now, they had removed a registered owner from my vehicle, which meant even if I wanted to comply, I wouldn't have been able to, because I wouldn't have had a registration certificate. All right, they did that deliberately. It was all staged. So anyway, I was then going to be bailed, and I suspected it was a plan to end my life. So I refused the bail, refused to sign the bail form, which kept me back in the cells for 3 days. That gave me time to think about what to do. And at that, I then, throughout those 3 days, repeatedly said I needed to be formally interviewed for disabling a cell tower. I am, as far as I'm aware, the only person on earth that has publicly disabled a cell tower, putting my name and my face, showing me doing it, the reasons why. So I did that in the hope that I would be able to then be interviewed and then expose the entire system through their legal system. I have still not been interviewed at all. At all. So then that put them in a very difficult position. And I suspect they were trying to end my life from that point onwards, or get me to end my own life, which is why they put somebody in my cell who offered me a mint, and that mint tasted funny. They shouldn't have even had a mint. I didn't even think, but divinely I was meant to put that in my mouth to make them think that I was taking a mint, to them then make me think that I am cannot be potentially unalived and killed. They then didn't know what to do with me, so they set up a criminal fake court process with then I didn't even have a chance to plead guilty or not guilty to the disabling the cell tower. I still hadn't been interviewed. I still haven't been interviewed at all at any time. So they then put me in prison. And I suspect the plan was to end my life in prison. That then didn't work because I prevented it from happening because of what I did in prison. So then I suspect they bailed me pending a court case for me to then be unalived at a bail address in England. I then prevented that from happening. So I then fairly certain the only option they had was when I was going to go back to the court on the 18th for the traffic side of things. I think they were going to unalive me around that court process, so I couldn't attend. So here we are. So that's why I was in prison. I was there from the day I was arrested until the day I was released. It was 12 days. And it was very, very challenging. They made me think my life was going to be taken. They positioned actors, it looks like, around me. There's a thing I forgot to mention, actually, in my statement. Not only did these people that were shouting through the window that I was shouting with and back at say that they were linked directly to Keir Starmer, clearly positioned as actors, and they even admitted they were actors, okay, when I was in the prison cell. But they also shouted to the entire prison that I am a paedophile and that they'd seen an article that I'd abused women and children. Now that, I think, was setting up the ability for if I was to be integrated with the other prisoners, for me to be murdered in the prison. So that was a difficult, a challenging time, put it that way. I didn't know if I was going to live from one day to the next in that prison. I really didn't know whether I was going to live one day to the next. But I literally would every day I would think strategically, what do I do to stay alive? So I was making as many complaints as I could. I was shouting who I was constantly, that I was a police officer everywhere I went, what I was uncovering, the crimes against children, the international fraud, that they were all, prisoners were all there likely unlawfully because of this, in the hope that it would keep me alive, and it appears as though it worked. So here we are, and whether there's an arrest warrant, I don't know. For me not turning up, it will be criminal. It will be fraudulent if there is, because the actual arrest was unlawful. Even the CPS guidelines even prove that. Anyway, I need to get some food. So thank you so much, everyone. Really appreciate you coming on tonight. Take care, and please get this document and send it out to as many people as you can. All the best. Take care. Bye-bye.